Have to call 911 immediately. While you wait, you need to start hands-only CPR. Make sure he's on a hard, flat surface. Check for breathing. He's not breathing. Find the center of his chest. Put the heel of one hand on the center of the chest. Interlace your fingers. Lock your elbows. Push down hard and fast. Make sure you push down at least 2 inches.
Hello, Mesa Fire and Medical.
Right here.
The Mesa Fire and Medical Department's goal is to be at your door in 4 minutes or less to help with your medical emergency.
IV established, epi on board.
Shocking. I'm clear. Everybody clear. 1, 2, 3. Shocking now.
Check the rhythm and no missing is.
Patient has a normal sinus rhythm. We're going to take him to the hospital. He's going to be okay.
Your Mesa Fire and Medical Department paramedics are here for your emergency.
I grew up in Mesa and I learned to swim at Rendezvous Pool. When I first walked into the tunnel, I noticed that as you walk down the ramp, it gets cooler. And so it kind of triggered the thought in me that it could be like a swimming pool. On one end of the tunnel, you come in from this very manicured, beautiful urban park area, and at the other side, you go out into sort of a wild area, the Rio Salado area. I want people to sort of take away the contrast between those two things. When it's public art, my art always involves the site and the area and the people that live or work around the area. So in this particular piece, I was able to use some of the birds and some of the foliage that grows around the area. And I hope people in all of my work take away the idea that we do live in an area where we have beautiful nature, different kinds all around us. To do something in Mesa where I grew up, and also to do something with paint in an exterior situation, which is something that I hadn't done in public art yet. For an exterior piece that it has the protection in the tunnel from sun, also that it has sort of a surrounding effect. It can be on both sides of you, and for me that was unusual. But also, I like that it's part of a transit situation, so it involves pedestrians, bicyclists, skateboarders. The design process probably took about, I would say, 2 weeks as I worked on it on the computer and came to the site to look at the site and try to figure it out. But the painting and the tile work has taken about 2 months. Just the idea that nature's all around us and that it's an important part of what makes it a good place to live.
Terrifying job. Beekeeper, take 5.
Audra, this is a pretty terrifying job. Why do you do it?
For the love of the bees.
Is this what you always wanted to be?
Yeah, since I was 19, it's kind of when I put the pieces together.
I don't want to drone on here, so I'll just ask, does anything bug you?
Yes, distracted drivers terrify me.
Before heading out for some fun at one of Mesa's many playgrounds, remember these 5 simple tips to play it safe. Remain within sight and sound of your children playing. Choose a playground with age-appropriate equipment for your child. Be mindful of weather conditions, as equipment may be slippery from the rain or hot from the sun. Plus, don't forget the sunscreen. Always play during park hours. While playing, wear appropriate footwear. The City of Mesa offers a wide variety of parks and playgrounds for all ages and abilities. Have fun and play it safe.
So you look at the fires 30 or 40 years ago, and it used to be 20 minutes from the time the fire started to the time you needed to exit your house. Now they're saying with the modern furnishings that it's about 4 minutes. The biggest danger of a house fire is going to be the smoke from the fire. And when you look at today's furniture, it's pretty much all made from plastics. And that smoke will contain things like toluene, hydrogen cyanide, and different poisons.
We've noticed the changes in our careers to where it's very important that homeowners prepare ahead of time for when the worst thing that could happen. Because these fires, they ignite quicker and they get hotter faster.
Number one is going to be prevention before an escape plan. So no unattended cooking fires, no careless disposal of smoking objects like cigarettes, candles, stuff like that. No overloading electrical outlets, making sure they have smoke detectors in place that are checked monthly with the batteries replaced annually.
And you need to work with your family and your loved ones to have a plan. If that worst case scenario happens where you have a fire in your house, what are you gonna do? It's very important to be prepared ahead of time, to know how you're gonna get out of the house, know how to check the door, see if it's hot, crawl out, because the lower you are, the cleaner the air is gonna be, because heat and with fire, the smoke rises. So you wanna stay as low as possible, and then you wanna get outside of the house and go to a meeting place so you know where everybody's gonna be, and once you're out, you stay out, and then you call 911.
To protect your personal belongings, we recommend that you store passports, birth certificates, put them in a plastic Ziploc bag, and then put them in a fireproof safe. It's a tedious process, but there are online resources. You can do your own homework, you can check with your insurance company, because just like we see here, things are not gonna always survive a fire, and so you can only cover so many bases.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Day and night, sun up to sundown. People who ensure the safety, protection, well-being, the convenience and enrichment. Those who live, work, and play in every city and town in Arizona are constantly at work. And thanks to each and every one of these services, many that you never think of, Arizona cities keep businesses at work, libraries open, traffic lights blinking, clean water flowing, and so much more, keeping life as we know it moving. They say that a city never sleeps, and thanks to Arizona Cities at Work, that has never been so true. Learn more about how your Arizona cities and towns work.
It's important to be visible during the hours of dawn and dusk when riding your bike. Wear bright reflective clothing, use white headlights and red taillights, and remember to take that extra step before you ride to put on your helmet. Make sure your lights are working and be visible. Stay safe while riding on Mesa streets and multi-use pathways.
Untrimmed landscaping is inconvenient and a hazard for you and large service vehicles. Overgrown trees make it difficult for city vehicles to get their job done. All vegetation near a roadway should be trimmed back to 14 feet over a street and 8 feet over sidewalks. Please help keep our roadways clear by trimming all trees and shrubs. For more information, please call 480-644-2160.
Jessica Sarkissian. I am a land planner. I work for the Planning Center in Tempe. I serve on the Planning and Zoning Board of the City of Mesa. The Planning and Zoning Board is awesome. Everybody gets along, staff is really great to work with, everybody's really friendly. It's a really great opportunity to meet people in the development community, meet applicants, meet the citizens, residents. The time commitment is not too bad. I have a family with 4 kids right now. You just do your homework ahead of time. They send you everything online. The study sessions in the early morning before really work gets going. And then the hearing is the next day in the afternoon. And depending on how much is on the agenda, I sometimes even make it home in time to pick up the kids from daycare. I really like staying involved in the community, and it's kind of neat to know what's coming up before everybody else does. It's a good group to work with. Not too difficult, and you can make a big impact in the community.
There is a quote that says, "A setback is nothing but a setup for a comeback." And that's what it was for me. After 14 years of solid employment, I got laid off twice within a year. Applying for jobs and not hearing back, I felt defeated. I felt like a failure, but then I found hope. I found an online program and got a certification in something totally new, something I never thought I would be able to do. I stepped out of my comfort zone, and I'm now a consultant in the tech space. So if you're unemployed right now, I've been there, but you gotta keep going. There is still hope. You will find something new.
Visitors are vital to our economy and enhance the quality of life for Mesa's 500,000 residents. Mesa attracts 4.5 million visitors a year from Arizona, California, Colorado, Texas, and the Midwest. People even travel here from as far away as the UK and Germany. 1.2 million of those visitors stay overnight in Mesa hotels. When they stay here, they spend money here. Visitor spending in Mesa was climbing to record levels. The latest research shows that Mesa visitors spent $486 million in both day trip visits and overnight stays, and spent on average $259 per person. Visitor spending generates millions of dollars in local tax revenue each year. Those sales tax revenues are crucial to the city's general operating fund. Bottom line, visitor dollars improve the quality of life for Mesa residents. Visitors and their dollars lead to economic development and lower taxes, which means more fun and interesting places for residents to enjoy and take pride in. There's nothing we love more than getting the word out about Mesa. We are Visit Mesa and responsible for promoting Mesa around the world. Our marketing outreach and campaigns are dynamic and showcase our beautiful surroundings and businesses. We're funded by a portion of hotel bed tax collections visitors pay when they overnight in Mesa. Visitor marketing is not funded by resident taxes. Visitor dollars, not yours, are used to market our city around the world. In fiscal year 2020, the City of Mesa invested $2.5 million in bed tax dollars for Visit Mesa to promote our city. For every single one of those dollars, Visit Mesa returned $34.58 in estimated future economic impact. The visitor industry across Arizona employs directly and indirectly hundreds of thousands of residents who, of course, strengthen our economy with their own purchases, investments, and tax payments. In 2019, visitor spending directly supported 194,300 jobs in the state. Those jobs accounted for $7.7 billion in earnings by Arizona workers. Visitor spending in Arizona generated $3.78 billion in federal, local, and state tax revenue, representing an annual tax savings of $820 for every Arizona household. In fact, State and local tax revenues generated by visitors to Arizona is enough to pay the wages of every firefighter, law enforcement officer, and emergency dispatcher in the entire state. Visitors are big business for Mesa. Now more than ever, we need to welcome visitors to Mesa. We need you to be advocates for our city, to tell constituents, friends, and everyone about the power of travel and the importance of visitor spending in Mesa. Visitors are vital to our local businesses. Our quality of life depends on visitors. Our residents should embrace visitors with open arms. And believe us, they need Mesa. Learn more about the power of travel and how visitors and their dollars lower taxes for residents and enhance our quality of life in Mesa. Sign our pledge saying you support Mesa tourism and Mesa's visitor industry. Share your story about what visitors mean to you. Continue to send us your photos and videos and let us know about what you love most about our great destination. And we'll show you how visitors mean business in Mesa.
Problems. The ones most people don't have the stomach for. The ones nobody talks about at cocktail parties. We go looking for them. In unforgiving neighborhoods, in struggling communities, and in seemingly docile suburbs. No matter the obstacles, no matter the odds, we surround the community's most critical problems. And we fight. Mesa United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in this community. Because change doesn't happen alone. Hope isn't a one-man band. And there is no such thing as self-taught or self-made. We have one life to live better. We must live united.
I know it's old-fashioned, but I don't have a cell phone. So when my landline cut out, we just felt so isolated.
The power was down on the entire block. It was a Saturday, so the kids were home. Hey.
I wouldn't say that I'm addicted, but when I lost my cable and internet, I was paralyzed.
You have no idea what they put me through.
And all because my neighbors didn't call 811. Did they, honey?
For more information, visit www.call811.com.
Oh no, not again.
My mother used to say a long time ago, whenever there would be any catastrophe that was on the air, she would say, always look for the helpers. Because if you look for the helpers, you'll know that there's hope.
For years, Mesa Parks Recreation and Community Facilities has worked hard to provide spaces and places for people of all ages, of all abilities, regardless of where they may be on the autism spectrum, the opportunity to play and recreate. To have the opportunity to become the first Parks and Recreation Department that's autism certified in the entire country, leading to the entire city becoming autism certified, is truly innovative and something we're excited to be a part of and proud to be a leader across the country in this arena.
You know, it never hurts to look for ways to save money, and you can do it without even trying. Here's a way to help. It's that simple. Your tap water can save you money, and it costs only pennies for gallons of pure, clean water. Pure and clean, that's right. Your local water provider is continuously testing and monitoring your tap water, ensuring that it's safe to drink. Tap into quality. Quench your thirst and save money. It's that easy. For more information, visit tapintoquality.com.
1 in 3 adults has pre-diabetes. That means it could be you, your favorite brother, your other brother. You, your boss, your boss's boss. You, your barber, your barber's barber.
Nice work.
Thanks. Or you, your co-pilot, your co-pilot's co-pilot. With early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to our City Council study session for the morning of June the 10th. We will begin our study session with 3 Community Facility District Board meetings. We will begin with the East Mark CFD number 1 board meeting. I believe we have most of our board present. I believe Sally Harrison is a member of this board, but we're excusing her from this meeting. That's number 2. Thank you. I'm getting my CFD districts mixed up. So we won't excuse Sally yet. We'll do that later. So then in that case, all of our board is present. Ms. Goodwine, thank you for being our clerk today. Do we have any requests to speak from the public? Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is approval of minutes from the October 15th board meeting. Is there a motion and second to approve those minutes? Thank you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Luna. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next is item 3. This is approving the East Mark Community Facilities District number 1 fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget and setting June the 24th of this year as the date for the public hearing and action on the final budget and tax levy. Ms. Goodwine, do we have any requests to speak on this item? Thank you. Do any board members wish to address this item? Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to approve the resolution for item 3A? Thank you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Luna. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned. We will now convene East Mark CFD number 2 meeting. Now is when I will excuse Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Mr. Luna. First item on our agenda is items from citizens present. Ms. Goodwine, any requests to speak under this item? No request, Mayor. Thank you. Next item is approval of our minutes. Is there a motion and second to that effect? Thank you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Luna. You're on a roll today. Yeah. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Thank you. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next item is approving the permanent removal of the East Mark Community Facility District number 2 Board of Directors of the 2 additional appointed district board members and their positions on the district board. I could explain why we're doing this. I'd probably do not as good a job, but there's been changes in the legislation, and so these CFD boards no longer require members other than council, correct? And for it's just easier, less expensive, less burdensome to have a smaller board. So it seems the consensus that this has been recommended to us to do that. Is there a motion and any discussion on that item? Okay, thank you. Is there a motion and a second to do that? I'm going to go with Ms. Pillsbury and Mr. Freeman. Thank you for that motion and second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Item 3B is approving the East Mark Community Facilities District number 2 fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget and setting June 24th as the date for the public hearing and action on the final budget and tax levy. Ms. Goodwine, any requests to speak on this item? No request, Mayor. Thank you. Do any board members wish to address this item? Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to approve this? Thank you, Ms. Pillsbury and Mr. Freeman. And this is, again, agenda item 3B. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously and we are adjourned. We do have one more CFD board meeting. I will now call to order a meeting of the Cadence CFD board meeting. First item on our agenda is items from citizens present. Ms. Goodwine, anybody show up for this one?
No request, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Item number 2 then is there a motion and a second to approve the board minutes? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda, item 3A, is approving the Cadence Community Facilities District fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget and setting June 24th of this year as the date for the public hearing and action on the final budget and tax levy. Ms. Goodwine, any requests to speak on this item?
No request, Mayor.
Thank you. Do any board members wish to address this item? Thank you. Is there a motion and a second? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson, to approve this item. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned. We will now convene. Mr. Smith, did that cover all of our CFD meetings? Okay. Thank you. We'll now convene our City Council study session for June the 10th. I note that all of our council is present. Item 1A on this agenda is to hear a presentation, discuss, and provide recommendations on a new public safety response model for mental health 911 calls. We've been looking forward to this throughout the budget hearings. I know we talked about it and we requested additional updates on this, so thank you for coming back with additional information.
Okay, if I start?
Yes, please. Take it away.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Amanda Freeman, and I'm from the Office of Management and Budget. With me presenting today, we have William Riley from ASU on Zoom, and Matthew Moody and Justin Chase from Solari. And then I think you all know my special assistant today, Mr. John Pombier. Today, we are here to present a new response model to 911 mental health calls. We're going to talk about the problem that we're trying to solve, how we got to where we are, the current approach, and future expectations. I and Scott Butler, who's no longer here, were brought into this project in November. We had many conversations with both the police and fire departments, as well as a number of organizations outside of the city, such as Denver, LA, Eugene, and Albuquerque, to find out more about how mental health calls were being handled around the country. The repetitive message we were hearing was to reach out to the local resources and find out what was available. In doing so, we found out that Arizona is ahead of the game related to mental health care and is actually a benchmark across the country. We'll talk more about that this morning. Early on in conversations with Chief Cost, he stated, mental health is not a crime, but crime solvers are providing the primary response. This is the problem that we're trying to solve. Through work with PD and fire and the city manager's office, we've identified three main priorities. First and foremost, to connect those in crisis with the help and resources that they need. We want to reduce the burden on the hospital, court, and jail system. And we want to reduce sworn officers as the primary response so they can spend more time on the streets. I'm going to turn this over to William Riley from ASU to talk about the national issues with the burden on the 911 system.
Amanda, thank you. Mr. Mayor, good morning, and city council members, as well as city officials. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today about this really important initiative that your leadership is proposing. I'm a faculty member at Arizona State University, and we have worked in other settings with our colleagues at Solaris and the Crisis Response Network, as well as in other states, to improve the approaches to address care for persons experiencing behavioral health crisis, as Amanda just mentioned, especially when they involve public safety and specifically EMS and police officers. So to put it in context, as again, Amanda, thank you for teeing this up so well. Persons with behavioral health disorders about equally likely to be incarcerated as hospitalized. So there are about 2 million hospitalizations for persons with behavioral health crises annually in this country, and about the same number of persons are also incarcerated with behavioral health disorders. So our focus, which is from a healthcare perspective, is that there are multi-sector approaches to dealing with behavioral health crises, and they are medical issues. They are not public safety issues unless there is a danger to self or to others. Then, of course, law enforcement does need to be involved. But because there are conflicting financing mechanisms and policies and an institutional bias in the healthcare system, the approaches for treatments to these persons are very, very fragmented. So what has evolved over the last 50 years or so is that reliance upon law enforcement to respond to individuals that are experiencing a behavioral health crisis represents a fundamental systems misalignment in many communities. So if we want to improve the health of the population, the way to do it is to work with community stakeholders such as the police department and other important agencies such as Solaris to address these issues in a way that really helps treat the fundamental behavioral health crisis rather than hospitalizing them and rather than incarcerating them, and to not involve law enforcement unless it's a public safety issue. Next slide, please. So there are a number of examples of this care fragmentation that I just mentioned, but one example of this system misalignment is the 911 Emergency Dispatch Center, which has become by default the first point of contact for many individuals and families experiencing behavioral health crises. So what we have found with our partners at Crisis Response Network and in other communities that the preponderance of the community calls to 911 emergency dispatch centers related to behavioral health crises do not require law enforcement involvement. But typically, that's the only option that's available for the 911 dispatchers when they're dealing with these crisis calls. Next slide, please. So this is a very highly developed and well-documented approach to how to divert people with the behavioral health crises from law enforcement and from public safety, and to get them into the appropriate behavioral health treatment and medical treatment rather than relying on the public safety system to deal with that. So this model has 6 steps to it, and each step provides opportunities to divert persons with behavioral health crises away from law enforcement and away from criminal justice system. So you can see from the far left that at Intercept 0 are prevention strategies, but Intercept 1 is exactly what the Mesa City police officials are addressing right now, is how to address the calls to the 911 emergency response center and to divert these callers to behavioral health resources rather than to law enforcement resources. And you can see the other intercepts, I won't go through it, but at each step of the criminal justice system, through incarceration, the court system and probation and so forth, that there are ways to try to endeavor to divert these individuals toward therapy rather than toward the criminal justice system. So that's a quick overview of the 911 system. And our colleagues, I'm delighted to see that Mr. Franco Halloran is with us today too, because he's a real expert in this. But our colleagues at the Crisis Response Network have been doing a fantastic job in their experiences in other settings. So Amanda, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. So we wanted to provide you with a visual of how a typical call is handled. While this doesn't represent all calls, it is a fair representation of most calls. Someone calls 911 and they talk to a call taker. The call taker routes that call either to fire or to PD. The dispatch there is going to collect information and they dispatch as appropriate. First responders arrive on the scene and use current policy to determine what to do next. Some of these calls end with community resources being provided and some don't. There are a variety of circumstances that could lead to a community resource not being provided, like there isn't time to wait, it isn't the right call, or the person didn't want the help. It's important for us to note that Mesa is ahead of the game in terms of mental health, as both the police and fire departments already have policies in place that allow them access to a variety of different community resources. However, the real-life application of these resources is easier said than done, and policy and training could be enhanced to support it. As it is today, the majority of mental health calls have a crime solver as the first response, which we identified as the problem that we're trying to solve. For context, of the call types that we're talking about, 93% of them are going to PD and 7% are going to fire. So what we are going to talk about this morning is adding a third option to our current response. So someone calls 911 and they could be sent to fire, to PD, or to crisis services. I'm going to let Matthew and Justin go into more detail.
Thank you and good morning. Solari Crisis and Human Services, formerly known as Crisis Response Network. We're nonprofit based here in the East Valley, and we partner with communities to provide solutions and innovative efforts to improve public access, local services for the crisis and human service array. We believe that community members deserve the most appropriate response to meet their immediate needs in a manner which has the highest propensity for success. As crisis, we depend on law enforcement, fire, and EMS services to be focused on providing health and safety, emergent responses to community members in need. The number of avoidable first responder interactions with community members struggling with mental health and substance use challenges is extremely high, and an alternative approach is needed to ensure the most effective and efficient response is provided to make the biggest positive impact on the community. So, given the current climate in the country and calls for police reform, law enforcement agencies are hungry to find solutions that are doing their best to respond to each interaction most appropriately. At Solari, we've been working with law enforcement for many years in Arizona and have made great strides towards working collaboratively to find solutions. There are two approaches to collaborative responses to mental health and substance use challenges. First is establishing a 911 diversion program that has the lowest cost with the largest impact. This approach utilizes existing resources to help individuals earlier on in their crisis episode by connecting them directly to the robust crisis system and hotline within the care continuum that exists in the community today. This approach greatly reduces the number of mental health and substance use related calls that officers need to go out on. In the event that the situation requires a higher level of care, then the crisis providers will coordinate appropriately with first responders to assist in resolving the primary issues. The second model is a co-responder model, one in which an officer is paired with a crisis clinician who jointly respond to mental health and substance use related calls. This could be a very expensive approach and still does not alleviate the number of mental health and substance use related calls that officers need to respond to. The City of Mesa team was among the first in the country to identify the gaps in care between crisis intervention, community emergent response, and public safety, and began exploring opportunities to better serve the community regarding mental health and substance use long before the current pressures that are impacting the communities today. City representatives approached Solari to establish a partnership to create an effective and efficient response model. This collaborative approach has much more promise and proven success than either group going it alone. The informal partnership with Mesa has been extremely meaningful to care coordination and minimizing disparities and gaps in connectivity for people in need. With the proposed formal agreement, we will strengthen existing processes as well as create a seamless connection between dispatchers, first responders, and the robust crisis system in place within our region.
Morning, everybody. Just to give you guys a sense of what the plan actually looks like, we're going to co-locate crisis mental health specialists from Solari in the dispatch center. The goal there is to provide on-site staffing and coaching on how, what types of calls, increasing the types of calls that can be sent over to the crisis line. We're going to do individualized training and classroom training for all 911 dispatch staff. And then we're going to work with our experience to grow the policy and expand the policy of what types of calls can be sent over to the crisis line. And just to give you guys kind of a sense on how the crisis system is structured in Arizona, it's a requirement of the state to have 24/7, 365 crisis services available to anyone in the community free of service. The state, through Access, contracts with an organization called the Regional Behavioral Health Authority, and that's Mercy Care in Maricopa County. And Mercy Care works with individual providers to provide the crisis services, which include the crisis line, again, 24/7, 365, crisis mobile teams, and then crisis facilities like the Community Bridges facility that you guys have here in Mesa. And so that way, there's different levels of access and different levels of care available depending on what kind of emergency someone's handling. So Mesa came to us and asked us how they could improve the policy of how call takers handle crisis calls, specifically suicidal callers. And we implemented that policy in September, October of 2019. And what you're looking at in this graph is we had about 3 to 5 average calls transferred over to the crisis line prior to that policy. And you can see since that policy is implemented, we're looking at about 100 calls per month. So big increase here. And so in a similar project we saw with another municipality, we saw 142% increase by co-locating a crisis specialist. So we expect within the next 6 months, we'll see a 50% increase in calls transferred over to the crisis line. And then after a year, 100% increase in calls.
Questions?
Thank you. I'm sure we've got a lot of questions for you. Let's start with Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Amanda. This is the second time you present this information, so I appreciate you coming to full council and presenting something that we have desired, and we are looking forward to working with you. I appreciate the notion that you will have you triage the calls as they come in. You have an intervention specialist that's going to be there to assist you in determining what are appropriate calls and when to send police officers or social workers, if you will. That's correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Luna, I can't overstate how important those call takers are going to be. We have got to triage these cases in a way that we get the appropriate response to the appropriate call. And currently they only have the 2 options. And we need that 3rd option. And then over time, working with our partners, we need to expand those call types that can go to that 3rd option. Because how we see it from a public safety standpoint, both police and fire, is different than how the mental health professionals see it. And what they view as a risk, an okay risk to send mental health professionals, is different than what we view. And so over time, we've got to expand and work at sending that resource, because I think nationwide you're seeing the thought of sending an individual with a gun to a highly charged situation and expecting it on its own to de-escalate probably isn't going to work. So we've got to engage the professionals, no matter how well we train our staff, to handle the calls that they can. And we recently did a video for our call takers to tell them it's not just important enough for us to train them. They've got to be active participants in telling us what types of calls they see that they think can be added to our list so that we can appropriately send them. The call takers in the beginning are going to be the most important employees we have doing this, because they're the ones that get the call and they're the ones that are going to send it to the appropriate place.
So essentially, if somebody calls 911 and it turns out to be a mental health crisis, then you will work with our partners. They will send in an individual to the home based on the dispatcher's determination whether this is really a mental health crisis or not. And so is that the model? Is that how it's going to work? As I looked at the model that you presented.
Mayor, Councilmember Luna, the ultimate goal is we don't know the exact response units that we're going to send right now. What we want is, as we appropriately triage, to have all 3 options available: mental health with PD, mental health with fire. Either one of those groups alone, any one of those 3 groups alone, based on what that crisis dispatcher is telling us is the most appropriate response. Because we not only want to protect the citizens, but we want to protect the individuals who we're sending to the calls. So it's going to be a collaboration, and right now we're focusing on getting the right call types, and we'll spill over into who responds, so that we marry the 2 up. I mean, I neglected to jump in earlier when Amanda's note said it. I read them and then I got too excited with pushing the buttons. But, fire's been doing this since 2012.
Right.
I mean, if Mary Kamel is probably not in the back, I think before 2012 they started preparing for a grant that we got almost 10 years ago.
Right.
And we continue some of that work today. Forrest and his people, they do a great job in responding to a certain number of calls. Police has trained certain sets of their officers to respond to these types of calls. We're ahead of the game compared to other agencies, but we realize that those are individuals whose primary job is one thing and they've got training in another area. We want the people whose primary job is behavioral health to be part of that response network.
Right. And as a follow-up, Mayor, if you would, when do we expect this to ramp up in terms of full operation, having this ongoing, or are we there yet, or when?
Yeah, we started last week.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of this, and like Councilmember Luna, I'm part of the Public Safety Committee when you presented, and I love this idea. I'm sure that all of us have gone out on ride-alongs with PD and or with fire, and a good majority of your calls that you go out on are mental health related. And so it's good to see that we're actually addressing this now, and so that we do have that third tier individual that can respond and not tie our law enforcement up with doing mental health, and let the professionals that are trained in working with folks with mental health work with folks with mental health, and let our law enforcement and our firefighters do their jobs that they're trained to do. So I'm a huge supporter of this, and I thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to hearing in 6 months or a year how this is working. I think it's great for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heredia.
On the logistics of taking in the calls, in the slide of all calls are handled tomorrow, is there, when you mean co-locating a staff member that's a crisis dispatcher, are they taking calls as well? Is it being routed as far as the initial call to when the determination is given to be in a mental health crisis to another dispatcher, or is that seamlessly just done with the current dispatcher that's taking the intake call?
Mayor, Councilmember Heredia, the way it currently works is all calls come into 911 call takers. And they route it to the appropriate dispatcher. Medical calls, predominantly medical calls, go to the fire dispatch center. Predominantly PD calls go to police dispatchers. Right now, they don't have that third option. So to the dispatchers, it will seem seamless.
Okay.
The call taker takes a normal call, and they've now got an additional option to send it. Now, we're gonna have a lot of calls that involve all three agencies.
Sure.
Mental health, fire, and police. But that coordination is kind of the second phase of getting these call takers to do that call, and then where do we send it? But from a system standpoint, that's how we're currently set up. This is just an additional option, a tool in their toolkit they don't currently have.
So as far as co-locating, an actual dispatcher will be at the 911 center taking in the calls, or is it a separate system that you all have outside of the 911 dispatch center?
Right, yeah, correct, the last one. So the goal is to increase transferring over to the crisis line so we get it out of the public safety realm if it's possible. And then also that if they need to coordinate a mobile team as well to go out and co-respond with police or fire, they can also help and set that up.
And is that based here in Arizona, or is it based somewhere else?
So the crisis system is based in Arizona, and then the crisis specialist is operating in the communications center at the police department.
Would that be, given the amount of calls that a city gets, would that be, you have dedicated people per city, or is that just you all have just a crisis response team within your hotline or your dispatch center?
We serve the whole county, so anyone that calls from the county, we're going to help them out.
Okay. And then, Mr. Pombia, you mentioned the 2012 program of fire. I know a lot of that was when we interact with the individual, we then refer to a provider that can then further their assistance. Have we looked at that type of pilot potentially in doing like that referral program, and have we talked to any providers like Mercy Care or any others to see how we can do that in a PD sense?
Mayor, Councilmember Heredia, that's exactly part of our goal. What I will tell you is, as we began this process and looked at different response models, we started by going to all the providers, sitting on a Zoom call, because it was all Zoom back then, and basically saying, tell us how to build this. We don't want to recreate the real. We're not the experts. I mean, I claim to be a doctor, but nobody believes me, okay? So,
that's hard.
Yes, exactly. It's a tough sell. So we really wanted the experts to say, how do we set this up? And how do we do this appropriately? Fire's model, our firefighters show up on the scene and then they call for the specialized team to come. We will continue programs like that. We hope to expand those to make them more available PD, but we also want to be able to make them the first responders in certain cases. So it's kind of a hybrid where we're expanding the program across all different avenues, hoping to catch as many cases as we can, because as most people tell me, you go on police ride-along or fire ride-along, you're amazed how many cases are behavioral health related. And yet, when we try to get our teams out to them, it's amazing how small the number of cases we can actually affect are.
Sure.
So we've got to find it. And the providers have promised me the more demand we can create by doing this program better as they set up, the more they'll have resources available for us to answer these types of calls. So it's going to be a partnership all the way along, trying to use resources from the state, local, federal, city level to get as much resource to the problem as we can.
Perfect. Yeah, my question is just, I think I agree with the system as far as triaging and then figuring out the after, right? How folks then get the treatment that they need, right? And that's an important continuum that we have to also take in after the initial take in. So I think I had another question, but I'll pass it forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Spilsbury.
Obviously, this makes sense, so I appreciate the work being done here. I have a few questions. I'll try to be quick. First one is just response times on these mental health calls. What does that look like? Is it the same as it would be? Is it data driven as far as what type of calls and what kind of response and how quick of response? Because obviously, if people are calling 911, they're going to expect a quick response as well.
The average response time for first responders is 34 minutes in Maricopa County, and then the average response time for someone in the community that requests is about 45 minutes.
Okay, so for mental health you're talking about specifically?
Correct.
Okay, and that seems to be fast enough for some of these people, or, I mean, that's just the way it works?
So when a call comes to us, we're going to make sure that they're safe. And then if there's not a need for police or fire, they'll be able to wait, and then they'll know to call us back. We do a safety plan with them to say, hey, call us back if there's some emergency in the meantime. In the situation where first responders are also responding, they're going to get there as fast as first responders typically do, make sure the scene is safe, and then until the team can get there and help them out.
So obviously if it's an emergency, there would be fire and police involved anyways, and that would be a faster response. Okay. And so you said you work in the whole county, so are there other cities that are using you guys for the same exact thing? And have we already seen how it's working and not working in other cities, or speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, we started a co-location project with the city of Phoenix, and we've been doing that for about a year at this point, year and a half.
Doing the same exact thing?
Yes, the co-location. Again, Mesa was ahead of the ball and did the policy change, and we've taken that over to City of Phoenix. And the training, City of Phoenix did the training. So the training that we're going to do with call takers here in the communications department is based upon the training we did over in Phoenix.
Okay, so then my last question is just, I don't see anything about the financial side of this. So is that we just approved all of this with the budget, with the, how much does this cost? Does it save us money? Does it cost more money? I mean, what's driving it?
Mayor, Councilwoman Spilsbury, in terms of the cost, the response model that we choose will be a driver in the cost model side of it. The cost initially up front to have the co-location is minor compared to the cost of all the cases. So really, I'd love to tell you, here's exactly what the response model is going to cost, but this is an area where we think that between all the different pots of money, we're going to try to leverage them to get as much as we possibly can. But right now, the other cost savings is, keep in mind, when I can access these individuals, and one of the response models is phone calls. In some of these situations, the mental health professionals tell me a phone is just as good as a mobile response team. Right? So we will be saving resources on our public safety side if we can, for any call we can divert into their system, and giving a better level of service. So I'd love to sit here and tell you I know exactly what this is going to cost, and yes, you did approve it in the budget. Well, that's not true. We don't know exactly what it's going to cost, but we will be able to show that to you because obviously we involve someone like Amanda, who's going to not only help us start the program, but set the metrics for the program so we can judge how effectively we're spending our money as we go through the program.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I know the struggle with this is that each case is completely different from the next one because each person is completely different from the next person. So I get that there's not just a model that one size fits all. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Please, yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, I have a few questions. So in regards to the continuum care, I'm looking at the model here from crisis dispatcher, crisis response, and then it goes into providers, crisis facilities and such. How does that occur? I imagine many of the people may not have insurance. Many of them might be homeless. A large population we have of homeless have some mental. How can we ensure that they're getting the help that they need? Are there any barriers to getting the help that they need with a facility or provider?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Duff, the way the structure of the state, there's state appropriated dollars that cover uninsured or those that are underinsured for them to receive services. So through Mercy Care, any individual experiencing a crisis in the community is eligible for all of these services for the duration of the stabilization needs of alleviating that crisis. So regardless of through the phones, through mobile crisis, or through a crisis facility, those are all eligible and able for individuals. The challenge that you will experience is individuals who are uninsured or maybe difficult to connect, perhaps they're homeless, is getting them connected to the ongoing services that they need if they're not necessarily eligible for those care. But we do everything we can, and the providers in the community do everything they can to try and connect them, identify if they're eligible for services, get them enrolled in those care plans to help alleviate. What we're trying to do, in addition to responding initially, is prevent the recurrence of individuals coming back through the system on a repeated basis. Part of what we're trying to do is change the behavior. Instead of calling 911 for a behavioral health crisis, call the crisis line directly, and then we can then triage from that level as well, and then connecting them to their ongoing treatment system to create alternative plans. What we have a disconnect in our community is not always are their ongoing treatment providers aware of the frequency that they're interacting with first responders in the community. We have a bit of a part of this program kind of connects those two systems together so we can create that seamless view to help reduce the recidivism rates.
Great. So there's no barrier as far as getting a person the immediate care that they need in that moment, as far as whatever that is identified as.
Correct.
We don't have to say, we wish you could help you, but we can't because it usually comes to insurance or something.
It's any different, even on the medical side, right? Then we take someone that the state has through access the ability to help make payments on those in those areas too.
I'm glad to hear that mental health is being addressed in the same way that physical health is, that we need the response without any barriers. So that's wonderful. And I imagine this will also alleviate a lot of people going to the emergency room when they're in mental health and clogging so that the emergency room is for the physical health. So that will certainly be more effective. On our fire units, we have CM units or the mental health units. I think we have one. We're looking to expand. How does that integrate with this? If there's a response, how does fire, what we're doing there, integrate with what we're doing here?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Duff, and I'll let Forrest jump up if I miss this at all, but that's a type of response. So right now, the main way we're using the CM unit is when our firefighters go out during peak time, because it's only a peak time unit right now. When they go out and they realize they're dealing with a behavioral health issue, they have that unit to call to the scene to provide the resources available. We're not planning on ending that. We're not planning on taking it away. We want it to be part of our response model. I'm just not sure how that's going to fit in the end, but it's been an incredibly successful program. Our fire department, like I said, everybody wants to see what we did with that federal grant, and we're 10 years into it. So hats off to Chief Camelli and Forrest for how they've run that program, and that will be a tool in our tool belt. It's just into how much and what other things happen, I just can't tell you at this point.
Yeah, we're still in that exploratory phase to see how everything's going to iron out, but I'm glad we're still integrating that form of care. And then Solari has been involved with other municipalities. Phoenix, you said, how long have you been integrated with their system? Has it been?
So the co-location started last March.
Okay.
And I mean, we've been working with police departments all over the county for the last 18 years.
Had a relationship with Crisis Response Network for, I don't know, police department can tell me, but it's been a while, so it's not.
It was 2012.
So yeah, so it's not, this is a relationship we're, I guess, evolving more to, I think is what we're looking at too, so.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Freeman, you've got to have some questions.
I did make some notes, Mayor, so thank you. You know, I appreciate all this because I remember as a firefighter, you know, having to respond on mental health calls and having to be staged and then have PD clear the scene to allow fire to come into access. And, you know, both of the agencies are not mental health professionals. I'm sorry to say that, but, you know, we do our best as a public safety, whether police or fire. And probably one of the cumbersome aspects of it is once we assess the scene and get a patient and transport, the transport was always to the ER. And then they had to clear the patient, then go to some type of regional facility, right? I mean, it was that step. So, and I'm grateful for the grant that was gotten by the fire department back in 2012 because that was a huge step and it morphed into what it is today. The thing that I still I appreciate is, you know, you're telling me 93% of the mental health calls go to PD, and co-locating in the dispatch center with a mental health professional is critical to, and I think it's just our community, Mesa community health. You know, the health of a community is based on the type of response that you can give to anybody in need. But one of the things is, I guess, regional bed capacity for mental health transports. Do we have the capacity regionally? Because when our CM units or ambulances are transporting to a mental health facility, sometimes they cannot find a bed for that patient, and then, you know, you kind of circle around who's available, and sometimes it takes hours. I think Forrest and Chief Camilli would know that some of the crews would stay 2 or 3, 4 hours looking for a bed for that patient. We can't do that. I mean, we can't hold a patient in an ambulance or somewhere. So I guess one of my questions is bed capacity regionally. Do we have the capacity to for transports? And I guess that's your side, but however, we do have our ambulance crews, you know, tied up with that transport. Maybe can you explain that a little bit, or?
But actually, I'd like to defer to Frank Holler if you can speak to that.
He probably didn't.
Hi. Hi, Frank O'Holler with Mercy Care, the Regional Behavioral Health Authority. Thank you, Council and Mayor. Yeah, we absolutely have the bed capacity. We have a no wrong door policy at our emergency psychiatric centers, and what that means is, regardless of our OBS unit, how many folks are in there already, we accept public safety. We don't ask any questions, and in fact, in the East Valley, the Community Psychiatric Center is CPEC, run by CBI on Javelina. They have a drop-off time right around a minute every single month. So we're extremely efficient in getting folks to crisis. Inpatient beds, it's rarer. I do the data every morning. I do this bed summary, and it is rare that we don't have any beds anywhere. In fact, I can't, when I say rare, because there might have been a day when that happened, but I can't recall one. So we do have the bed capacity, and it's a shame I'm hearing that it took hours to find folks, because that just shouldn't have happened. And we have a system of information exchange that when we run into problems, when we run into those glitches, police officers call us, and we're all very connected. We have great relationships with public safety. In fact, I had a career in public safety. I was a police officer for the city of Scottsdale for 25 years. And in that time, I was, for 9 of those years, I was the CIT program coordinator. So I didn't start my career in behavioral health. I started in police work. So, yeah, we should have the bed capacity every single day.
Good, thank you. Looks like you have your therapy dog in the background too.
I tried to prepare my home, and I made a couple mistakes this morning.
Good, dogs are good. Just the other follow-up is, and I think Councilmember Spilsbury, you brought up the fact that, you know, if a 911 call comes in and it goes over to the crisis dispatch person, they have the capacity to stay on the line and talk to that individual until a response is there. I'm sure that happens quite often. So, yeah, I'm all in, and thank you for your presentation.
I'll just say amen. I think you can tell this council is very supportive and encouraging of the progress that you're making and the new models that you're exploring. And I just hope that you're not going to experience pushback from people who like old models. If that happens, please let us know because I think we want to get better, and we want we keep sending people with hammers, to fix problems, and that's not always the right thing not everything's a nail, right? So thank you. I think we're anxious to be supportive and to monitor this closely, just because this is they're not any more important issue in our city that we're addressing. So we appreciate the update. Mr. Heredia.
Quick question on, John, you mentioned metrics, and a lot of this work is really hard to kind of intake as far as doing paperwork and telling the story of how person's life changed, and so what is not only budgetary, but what are the metrics that we're trying to capture, or are we working on how do we tell that story of the work that we're doing here? Because that's an important aspect of how we set up this program to succeed, right? If we're not capturing the right metrics, it'd be hard to kind of elaborate and keep this going, right? So what are some of the other metrics that we're doing to collect that type of information to have this program succeed moving forward?
Mayor and Councilmember Heredia, as we learn more, we will start to track more and track different things. But initially, we're going to track things like the primary reason for the call, how the call was dispatched, whether they got a phone call, a mobile team, if they got transportation, if they got PD, if they got fire, what was the combination, how did the call end, what was the response time, how many times was PD re-engaged, the number of calls that qualify for a crisis team, the number of crisis teams that were requested, the number of calls that actually got a crisis team, what level of charges did a call end with, how much time was spent, how many officers went out. There's just a huge list of things that we're interested in tracking to see what does matter and to learn more about other things that we could be tracking.
And Councilmember, real quickly, when we started this conversation before we met everyone here, before we put Mr. Butler and Amanda on this, my primary kind of goal was I wanted to keep as many police officers out of this situation as possible. So for me, it was a diversion issue. Now, everything Amanda's talking about is important because that'll show the effectiveness of the program. But for me, the success is diverting these calls so patrol officers are not responding. Sure. Because we're putting those patrol officers in a situation where they're trained but not obviously a clinician, and trying to de-escalate those situations can be very difficult for them. And we've seen nationally how that's been very difficult. So my primary measure will be, how many of these calls that used to go, the 93% or whatever, that used to go to PD now are being diverted to professionally trained clinicians who can handle this. And then we'll measure that effectiveness too. But I would say first and foremost, that's going to be the measure we're going to track. Thank you.
Perfect. And I assume that's a combination from what we collect and what Solari collects, right? Or do y'all collect different information as well?
That's correct.
Yep, okay.
All right, thank you. Vice
Before
Mayor.
we end, I just wanted to say a big thank you to the city and the police department and everybody in the fire, everybody involved in creating this new system. It was a year ago, when COVID and the shutdowns and all the problems started occurring, that we talked about how mental health needed to be addressed differently. And I'm so proud to say thank you for getting onto a new model, creating a new model that'll better serve our citizens and address the crisis of mental health that is so critical in our society right now. And I'm so thankful and appreciate all the hard work that you did to integrate the system to have it in place right now.
Vice Mayor Duff, thank you for saying that. And listen, Amanda's sitting here in front of you, along with Mr. Butler, who's now somewhere in Texas, sweating, well, hopefully profusely for leaving us, took it upon themselves to take on this project. And then obviously with police in fire, and then doing the survey throughout the country and everybody saying, well, wait a minute, you already have a system. Why don't you figure out how to use what you have? And then, we were working within the system. We had connections, but they were able to really pull all the pieces together, like you said, because we kind of had all these different responses and programs going on, but they came in and did the analytics and pulled the whole picture together, I think. And you can see we can't tell you exactly how everything is sewed together, but we have a better idea of the pieces that need to come together. And I think that's what we want to present to council, is that's the direction we're going on. But anyway, Amanda has a lot to do with pulling all this together. So I just want to thank her publicly for her work too. So thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. We look forward to bragging about how great this is going to be. So thanks for your help.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda, item 1B, is to hear a presentation on the extension of Proposition 400, which is the Maricopa County half-cent regional transportation sales tax, and discuss projects to be considered by Maricopa Association of Governments, also known as MAG, with a focus on transit, streets, and highway projects. Looks like we got our frontline top team working on this.
Well, Mayor, Council, good morning. I asked Dr. Pombier if he wanted to stay up here and run the slideshow. You can't find good help nowadays, so you'll have to put up with us, Mayor. And thank you to Jody Sorrell, our transit director, and Eric Darian representing transportation. RJ's out sick this week, and so Eric's going to, field all the questions I'm sure that you'll have about our highway and arterial program. But Mayor and Council, we wanted to come to you today, even though we're still in the midst of, I think it's fair to say, a negotiation with all of our fellow cities throughout Maricopa County on what the extension of Proposition 400 will look like. As I'm sure you're aware, Proposition 400 was approved by the voters in 2004 and will expire at the end of 2024. So the idea is that Maricopa County voters will be asked either in the 2022 November election or the November 2024 election to extend the regional half-cent sales tax for an additional period of time. And we'll get into the length of time here in just a second. So as this continues to evolve, we just wanted to make council aware of the latest developments, because after probably 5 years or so of loose negotiations, we're finally getting to the point where some decisions may be made over the course of the next couple of months. And Mr. Brady's been very involved there's been a city managers working group that's helped shape some of the policy discussion and some of the trying to corral a lot of various interests from a lot of different communities into something that could be sold across the valley and something that could unite cities behind some common projects and programs. And then the mayor serves on the Transportation Policy Committee, which under state statute is the actual authority on the plan. It must be voted on by the MAG's Transportation Policy Committee, which is a blend of elected officials and private sector business representatives that have been appointed by the governor and House and Senate leadership to represent those interests. So trying to get all of those various entities and objectives united behind a common set of projects has certainly been a challenge, but it's supposed to be for something of this size and magnitude. So we'll walk through very quickly where we stand today. The first slide a week ago was the latest and greatest, and it's already out of date. So what MAG had initially voted on, what the Transportation Policy Committee had started on, was a half-cent, just a continuation of a half-cent plan for 20 years. And this map is more illustrative now to just reflect the county-wide perspective of all the different modes of transportation that would be funded under this proposal. And this is what, theoretically, if voters approve just maintaining the half-cent and just for 20 years, what could be funded. But immediately after the plan came out, there were many communities, ours included, who saw some priorities had been left off of this plan. So the Transportation Policy Committee voted just on Friday to put a new proposal forward, which is maintaining the current half-cent tax rate, so no tax increase, but would extend the period of time of the plan from 20 years to 25 years. And by doing that, it was able to take care of a lot of the remaining priorities that some of the communities had in the far Southwest Valley and other areas that were looking for major infrastructure pieces, like the State Route 30, if you've heard of that, the I-10 reliever that will be built in the Southwest Valley has been a huge priority for some of the West Valley cities, and that was able to be fully funded under a 25-year scenario, but was not under the 20-year scenario. So at this point, why don't I turn it over to Eric to talk about where we stand today on freeway projects, and then we'll move into arterials. But Eric, if you just want to touch on the freeway program.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, council members. And just to tag along with what Scott said, as you're looking at our maps here, the solid lines that are shown are what's been proposed in the 20-year plan or 20-year scenario, and then the dashed lines are the additional projects with the additional 5 years or the 25-year scenario. So I just want to highlight really quickly what's currently in these scenarios. And first, we're going to look at freeway projects, not only directly in Mesa, but maybe just outside of Mesa that will directly affect our citizens. So I just want to highlight, as part of any of these plans, the SR24 build out is part of that to build it into a full functioning freeway system. You'll notice that just about all of our freeway system in Mesa is being touched over the next 25 years along the 101. My wife drives it on a daily basis, and I get complaints even though I don't have any control over it. But as part of the plan, there's looks there. The project is not specified in exactly what it'll do, but there's money in this plan to address the 101. Really looking at building out the 202, both the Red Mountain section north of the 60 and the Santan section south of the 60 with another general purpose lane and HOV lanes where they don't exist. And then along the US 60, money has been identified through the majority of Mesa for some sort of multimodal improvement. Once again, that project isn't final, or we don't know exactly what that means, but there is money there. And then on the east end of the 60 in East Mesa, widening of the US 60 between Ellsworth and the county line. Just for reference, the total of these projects, we're looking at about $1.3 billion worth of investment for the 20-year plan and $1.6 billion for the 25-year plan for freeways in and around Mesa.
Mayor and council, to kind of accentuate that point too, basically every freeway program or every freeway project that we would want is funded under this proposal. There may be a few enhancements or other projects that might not be reflected in this plan, but every freeway is essentially touched, including, as Eric mentioned, you'll see the dotted lines on the 202 north of Tempe Town Lake. If you're driving down to Phoenix or to Sky Harbor in the morning, you know what a backup that is to Mesa residents who are commuting in that direction. So it just reflects that we're very happy with the way that the freeway program in the East Valley has certainly shaped up, and particularly the impacts it'll have on Mesa residents.
Eric, quickly, can you just describe the 24, because some people will hear, well, I thought the 24 is under construction. So the difference between the scope of work for the 24 that's currently funded and then what this additional funding would do to complete the freeway.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the current version of the SR24 that's being constructed and will be completed next year in 2022 is not a full freeway, traditional freeway section. It's much like what happened with State Route 303 in the Northwest Valley, where the first section was built and essentially the interchange locations, the bridges across the arterials are not being built at this point. So when you're on the SR24, when it opens, you'll have to drive through the traffic signals at Williams Field Road, at Signal Butte Road, and at Meridian Road. What's in the Prop 400 extension is then to build those underpasses or overpasses and an additional lane of traffic on the SR 24. So it will be then what's on the 202, the 101, and the US 60 today.
And Mayor, Council, the full freeway conditions for the 24 have been included in each and every proposal. I know Councilmember Thompson and of course all the interests in the Southeast Valley have been key to keeping that project alive, because that's so important to the Santan Valley area, to Queen Creek, but especially to our own economic development. So we're thankful that under every scenario that has been included. So we'll move on to the arterial program.
Excuse me, Scott.
Yeah,
Mr. Thompson.
Eric, just, one of the things that Councilmember Lunar and I were just pointing at is the freeway projects. And you're right, there's not a single freeway that doesn't touch Mesa in one way or another. And I'm hopeful that going forward, we could have better dialogue with ADOT to prepare our residents for the scope of what's happening on the freeway system, so we don't end up with some of the issues that some of the other cities have seen, whether it's through construction or through maintenance. But I just think there needs to be a better dialogue that's kept so that we're not being reactive to a lot of the construction issues that are going on, but being proactive in talking with our community and others. So whatever we can do to increase the dialogue between ADOT and MAG and the cities, I'm all in. Just let me know what you need me to do.
And Mayor and Councilmember Thompson, we appreciate that. And unfortunately, the problem that comes up time and time again is ADOT is underfunded by the state. And they are always looking for ways to pass along responsibilities that have traditionally been State Department of Transportation responsibilities onto MAG and onto individual cities. Eric confronts that each and every day. We get a new request about a certain segment or a certain intersection or a certain project that ADOT would love for us to assist with, i.e. pay for or take over responsibility. And it's a constant struggle, and it's going to be that way until the state gets serious about finding additional maintenance dollars for ADOT. And so you're right, Councilmember, it's a challenge that we're going to have. Luckily on the construction side, we're fortunate that a lot of this will all happen within the right-of-way and footprint that's already there, unlike past projects where we've built new freeways through yours and Councilmember Luna's district, and it's been quite the ordeal. We're glad that a lot of the construction, but on the maintenance efforts, like you alluded to, there's a resurfacing, there's other issues that are going to be hotly debated, and that's something that we do need a strong partnership with the state on those activities. Great. And on the arterial program, before Eric walks through this, just wanted to say we submitted, just like every city, MAG had a call for projects several months ago, and so we submitted a robust amount of arterial projects throughout the city. As you might imagine, with every city doing that, MAG had to come up with a formula and a criteria by which they rated these projects. And so what Eric will talk about today were the projects that we submitted that made the cut, that were deemed to be of regional significance and critical enough to receive regional funding.
Yeah, and I think to go along with that, we essentially looked at 2045 or 2050 as Mesa being built out, and that our arterial roadway network should be built out at that time. So we submitted that list of projects. These are the ones that met the MAG criteria. I'll just do some quick highlights. A lot of them are in Southeast Mesa because that is where our arterial network is not complete. But I also do want to highlight that we do have funding in the 20-year plan for Broadway Road between Alma School and Mesa Drive. In the 25-year plan, we'd also be looking at Mesa Drive north of Main Street to add to the improvements that we've done south of Main Street over the last 10 years. Some of the lines are longer. I'll just highlight Signal Butte. Looks long. Signal Butte's already built out in a lot of locations, but this would really be able to finish Signal Butte north-south all the way through the city to add the final lanes or sidewalk and bike lanes where they're missing. Also want to highlight, we realize the growth that is occurring in Southeast Mesa and beyond our borders, and some important projects to be able to open up new community transportation locations. One is the Warner Road segment between Power and Sossaman that currently doesn't exist. That has to cross the East Maricopa floodway and is going to be an expensive project. That's included in the 25-year program. And then also the importance of Meridian Road as Pinal County develops more and more, and maybe shifting some of the traffic off of Ellsworth and Signal Butte. So those projects have been included.
Great. Mayor and Council, we'll also just highlight a couple of projects that fall outside of our boundaries too. One is the Dobson Road Bridge over the Salt River. You'll probably remember that bridge was envisioned in Prop 400. For a number of reasons, that project never came to fruition, but now the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community has expressed their interest in opening up their north side of the river for redevelopment, and so the Dobson Road Bridge is back in, and that will be a boon, we believe, for the Riverview area to continue all the growth that Councilmember Freeman has seen in his district in that area. In addition to that, complementary to that is the McKellips Road Bridge. As you know, right now, if you drive McKellips west of the 202 or north of the 202, you drive directly through the river bottom, and on times when there's floods or other things, that is a commuter route that's shut off for our residents in that area and has a tremendous impact on traffic in North Mesa. So we're glad to see the McKellips Road Bridge is funded under this proposal as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just had a quick question that our arterial improvements will be doing complete streets when we make those improvements?
Mayor and Vice Mayor Duff, correct. When we're doing our improvements, we'll be building out to our city standard with not only vehicle lanes, but bicycle lanes and sidewalk.
Good, good. And I would like to have that as a priority too. Sometimes like those things get scrapped if there's not enough room or whatever, but sometimes we just do some other adjustments. I think we can keep that as a priority and not lose those. So we'll talk more on that.
Sure, and I'd like to highlight on the Broadway Road project, it really, those are the improvements we're looking at adding or making better to Broadway Road, and not increasing capacity, but making it better for all users.
Yeah, and especially as one of the next slides will be about with the bus routes and making sure that we have those connected accesses through our bike lanes, bike paths, so we have safe access to the expanded bus system and the existing bus system I have concerns about, but especially as we do new road construction redos. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, I've noticed the McKellips Road improvements, but if you drive down McKellips and then it curves down to Chrisman and then to Brown Road, so is the plan then to cut straight through to make McKellips continuous until you get to Apache Junction?
Mayor, Councilmember Luna, that is the plan in the long term. When you get out to 2050, that McKellips would
continue all the way
continue east further. There are some floodways that we have to cross as part of that, so that needs to be looked at, but that's the long-term plan.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor. So, Mr. Butler, you did a spoiler alert on the Dobson Bridge, you know. What's the timestamp for that? Is it just in like the next 20 years, or I know it's been talked about?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Freeman, you're exactly right. All of these projects do. The first battle is getting your project included on the funded list. The second battle, which will be equally fun, is what phase of the 25-year plan your project falls within. So we'll, as soon as we can get consensus on projects, then we'll start that interesting discussion.
Okay, I just wonder if I was be dead or alive by then. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this funding the current Prop 400 expires in '25, right? So this new funding, these new projects would certainly be beyond that. Okay.
That's correct.
But it's good for that conversation. I appreciate knowing that because that's been talked about. There's some logistical issues with that, and having the Salt River community on board is a huge hurdle to overcome. Thanks.
Mayor and Councilmember Freeman, I think it's probably fair to say the Salt River Pima does not have as many projects in the plan as maybe other communities do, and so I could see this being a top priority for them considering the development patterns along the river. And as we've seen and Tempe has seen, they're certainly watching all of that too and understanding the opportunity on their property. All right.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was going to say now part of the fun is we've highlighted, of course, the major programs, the billion-dollar programs that are in the plan, but there is a lot to a $36 billion 25-year plan, and so we'll touch on that both in transit and on the streets and highway side. So, Eric, do you want to just give them some highlights of all the other types of programs funded?
Sure. So, as we've talked about, there's a freeway program, an arterial street program, and then there will be regional pots of money in these additional programs that are up that. Projects right now are not being identified, but pots of money, and then MAG will have a call for projects for those types of projects that we will then compete like we do today for that funding. So we're happy to see that there's one of the new programs is arterial rehabilitation. We would call that arterial reconstruction when we've been talking about the bond. That would be for major rehabilitation of streets. They're going to continue with a safety program. They have an emerging technology program that not sure we know exactly what that looks like as emerging technology over the next 30 years, but we're sure that'll deal with automated vehicles and any sort of communication that our infrastructure needs to be able to provide to automated vehicles. And then the active transportation program for bike and ped facilities is something that is being pushed by all the cities to increase that amount of funding.
I'm sorry, before we move off of that, to me, this seems like a plan that's checking a lot of the boxes. Like you said, Scott, all the things that we need and want, we've been able to fit into this. But can you talk a little bit more about canal development, bike path development? It seems like is that in the past when we've done street bonds, we've just said we're going to allocate some money for that and we'll figure out later what the specifics are. We'll engage in community engagement. And I mean, is that kind of the approach on this as well? Or to what extent are we're just setting some money aside and saying we're going to figure out the details later on that aspect?
Mayor, that's a great question. Traditionally, our pathways or our whole bike and ped facilities upgrades have been done either locally with bonds or through federal grants that come through MAG. What MAG is saying now is that the federal grants are not enough funding for the active transportation world, and so we're going to apply some regional funds through this half-cent sales tax to increase that amount of funding regionally. Those active transportation projects haven't been identified. MAG usually goes, it's usually on a 2 or 3 year cycle. They'll do a call for projects for 3 to 5 years out. That's when those projects do get identified.
But to your point, Mary, it is a competitive process.
It is, yes.
And so we won't know until we go through that competition. So that's why it's good for us to have projects identified ahead of time, especially on the canals, being able to say, in addition to what we've already have funded through our bond program, but as you know, Mayor, there's some of those, we're only getting around half of the, loop or the Lehigh Loop or whatever. And so we'll be watching these and for the opportunity to extend those active transportation, whether it's the canals or whether it's linking parks or whatever we've been able to do in the past.
So we'll compete regionally for that later.
Yes, this is just it's like a pot of dollars without having, imagine, you can even imagine, even on the arterials you just saw, that, yeah, you really know what's going to happen 25 years from now. If you go look at the arterial program we had 18 years ago or whatever it's been, and where we are today, a lot of it's intact and most of it is, but we made some big changes to that too, which was reflective of the demand and the interest of the community now versus, 2 decades ago. So I think they've wisely said, listen, we know these are emerging technology is going to be necessary in 20 years, or active transportation projects are continue to be important. But instead of trying to come up with a list of all those projects, then kind of do what we did with arterials, they're setting aside the pot, then they'll create the process, or communities will for that. And I think that's wise to kind of look at it in a shorter period of time to compete for those dollars, and they'll allocate those dollars out from there.
Mr. Luna.
So, Mr. Brady, essentially is that we have this plan in place, and but we'll still have to compete for those dollars in order to.
The ones that you see, not the ones that, not on the arterials and the freeways, those are
they committed?
They're identified projects. Yes.
Okay.
Now, yes, there is flexibility, I think, especially arterials. Sometimes we've seen we can move some things around a little bit because they're inside our city. But we kind of want to go in suggesting this is what's best for us and what we want to do. When we get to these other list of projects, especially, emerging technology is just a category. Nobody really knows, kind of what that might be. We can imagine, but until maybe 5-10 years from now,
driverless vehicles, for example, and putting the infrastructure in place for that.
So I think, so it's a combination of very, like freeways is very specific.
Right.
Yeah, it's much more specific. I think the arterials, even some that obviously the same there, but then you get into these other areas, and I think that MAG wisely said, listen, this is a 25-year program. We need to give the region some flexibility, identifying the categories, but being careful not to create too much silos around there.
Right. Well, as when I was chair of the MAG Economic Development Committee, Audra Kester presented at every meeting relative to the Regional Transportation Program. And so one of the things that she suggested is that we really needed to let the public know what was going to be happening. I just want to make sure that we're promoting this on our social media channels, that what we're saying is what's going to happen. And so, so anyway, that's why I asked are we committed to these? Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. Right now, we're telling you something that is still in the works.
Right.
But this is, as Scott said, this is the option that seems to be bubbling up and getting the most support. So now when we're in meetings and this proposal is brought up and saying this option is brought up, as opposed to before it was like 4 options or more options, and there was a lot of debate. Now when this one comes up, there's kind of this kind of concurrent silence that everybody's kind of, you can tell people are, I think, settling in on this proposal. But we don't want to represent the council. This is the finality of it. We don't want to get ahead of the process.
Okay. And I know that there was also the notion of even making it a 1 cent sales tax. Obviously, that didn't go through the mayor's committee in terms of moving forward. So, but we did extend the timeline from 20 to 25 years to try to capture what we can in order to make these road improvements.
And remember, even with the arterials for sure, there's a match. Right. So, just because it's not fully funded, just like as we talked about that $100 million Mesa Moves program, that leveraged $62 million of regional dollars, but we had to commit the $100 million to get the 62. So the city will have to look out into the future, 5, 6, 7 years, continuing to look for opportunities to leverage its match to do these projects.
Okay, great.
And Mayor, Councilmember Luna, that's to piggyback on what Mr. Brady was just saying. That's really important because almost each of these pots that you see on the screen right now requires a local match, and we're really well positioned to leverage those with our local street tax. Thank you, voters, for that, and also our bond programs. Thank you again, voters, for that. And we're in a better position than most communities are to leverage the local match, and that has played out many times over the course of Prop 400. whether it's with the arterial program or others, you see other cities struggling to come up with the local match that they need to leverage those federal dollars. And we've been able to then, use those dollars. And on active transportation projects, if we get more money from the region, then that allows us to stretch those dollars further and maybe expand the scope or add additional projects or other things. So it's a great win-win when we're able to leverage those dollars.
So where does HERF play in all of this?
So out of the $36 billion program that's on the table today, the half-cent sales tax only represents $19.5 billion. The remaining amount, 17 or so $billion, comes from different mixtures of federal funds, and HERF being one of those, and especially on transit dollars, federal transit dollars, and other things. So what the plan does is really, absorbs all of those federal funding opportunities that come to the region by formula, and combine that with the local sales tax to create the overall program. And that's one of the things that, sometimes when you talk about the half-cent plan, well, that is huge. That's 50% of the program, but it's only 50% of the program. The rest of it is federal funds and other funds that come to the region.
So we have to leverage all these dollars in order to make our transportation effective and work.
That's right, yes.
Vice Mayor.
So just to confirm my understanding, I know that MAG did a community outreach called Our Momentum, went to various community groups and got their input on the program, whether it's half cent and 1 cent, whether it's new capacity or optimization. And I see that we have the optimization. So that has been decided by the MAG committee that the mayors are on, or the elected officials are on?
Mayor and Vice Mayor,
that's
yes.
where we are?
That's correct. The plan that we're talking about right now, the 25-year half-cent plan, while it hasn't been formally adopted, the direction from the committee has been for MAG to continue to work based off of that plan, to make revisions, to make the different tweaks and refinements that the various communities are asking for.
Okay, so we're at the half-cent optimization plan with some adjustments, 20 to 25 years to allow additional projects. Now, how are we allocated dollars? Is it based on projects or population as far as what we're allowed to apply for?
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, primarily it's based on project, and this has been an extensive work in progress from both of their departments over the course of the last couple of years as we've submitted projects. They've been rated by MAG. Every project has been scrubbed down and looked at, and so it really is a project by project funding. That being said, MAG staff does look at the overall landscape and allocation based on maintaining regional equity and jurisdictional equity. They hate to use those terms, but they do. And they would strike me down.
He tried to say that without using jurisdiction.
Exactly, but there's no way to do it. They come up with some creative words, but it is.
That's what it is.
It is jurisdictional equity, and that's one of the things we look very closely at, and we're looking at right now, and there's still some refinements that we're asking MAG to make sure that Mesa voters are getting their fair share out of this program. So we're very cognizant of that.
We're in a good position right now. We feel comfortable where it is today. And we'll talk, maybe someone will talk about, especially when you get to the light rail side, there's some significant ongoing commitments from the region to fund our fixed rail systems that are important for Mesa too. So just quickly, as we went into this, one of the criteria that some of us made a really significant point was we needed the sales tax continuation because we have a lot of projects in place today that are relying upon regional funding today. The city, whether it's a bus line or light rail, not operations, but the capital side, and there's a lot of things that we rely upon today that are just assumed that the region's going to pick up. And we wanted to make sure that when the date after this, at a minimum, we needed those commitments to continue out into the future. And that was a pretty big battle. And so that having that assurance that we will maintain the continued regional participation and the level of regional participation today that we receive for transit, for whatever factor is in place. We didn't want this to be, if you can only imagine if we had to start picking up a lot of things that are funded by the region, that would have a huge impact in Mesa. So that was the first base, and then now we're building off of those commitments that are funded regionally. We just, we benefit on a daily basis, Mesa does, from that regional tax, not just on projects, but some bus operations and other things like that are very important to us.
And I have one more kind of out-of-the-box question. Does the county have a climate action plan or some kind of measure as far as what the impacts are on our transportation systems and, with the growth and everything we have, and what our CO2 emissions are, which cars are number one even? So I didn't know if there's any consideration on what that effect is on our decisions.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, one of the biggest time-consuming elements of putting together this plan after a vote has been, after it's been ratified by the MAG Regional Council and the Transportation Policy Committee, is then this entire plan goes up to the federal government for air quality conformity analysis. And that takes a long time. It's a matter of months that MAG staff waits for the federal government to make sure that the enhancements that we're making are in conformity with the air quality plan that the region has to submit to the federal government, to the EPA. So these projects are evaluated then on the overall impact that the plan and the projects will have on air quality in Maricopa County.
So is that done before it goes to the ballot or after?
It's Mayor and Vice Mayor, it's done before it goes to the ballot. The goal is, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, after this summer is the goal for approving the plan, and at that point this fall we hope to get that process played out by the federal government for air quality conformity, so that by the time this plan is ready to go to the legislature next year for their approval, that it's received all the federal clearance that it needs.
Great, thank you.
Good segue that Mr. Brady had about the regional commitment that we see on a daily basis out of Prop 400. So I'll turn it over to Jody to talk about some of the commitments that we expect as a carryover from Prop 400, and then how bus and other transit will be funded going forward.
Yeah, so I just have to break with Eric's maps, and my dotted lines are unfunded routes, not new requests. So the bus portion of what's being proposed for the extension is very different than what we have today. This first map shows what we're calling the base allocation for funding of bus service. So all of Mesa's bus routes that were scheduled to be Prop 400 funded by 2026 or 2025 when it expires will be funded moving forward in their base allocation discussion. We have only 3 routes that will not fit that base allocation, and that's because they operate solely within Mesa, and so to get Prop 400 funding right now, it has to cross into another jurisdiction. So that would be Stapley, Mesa Drive, and the Buzz. Other than that, with our base allocation, our routes will be funded as they are today, which is good. That's a significant chunk of change for us.
Yeah, Mayor, Jody can't undersell that point. About 50% of our current bus service today is funded by the region. Under this plan, those commitments continue for 25 more years. Each of those routes would continue, and that's huge, because you can imagine the impact on our budget if we had to reabsorb those routes into our general fund versus it continuing to be funded by the region.
Go on to the next.
Excuse me, Mr. Thompson.
I know you already I know you said that this was for existing routes, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in the 6.5 years I've been on council, there's still no bus penetration into District 6, and you have almost 1/5 of Mesa's population living in District 6.
And we have some opportunities later on that I can share that will help us get routes to District 6.
That's very awesome. I can't wait. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll keep you on the edge of your seat just a minute longer as we talk about high capacity transit before we come back to those other opportunities.
Yes, so our high-capacity transit, what's in the projects that are in the plan right now is a streetcar extension down Rio Salado Parkway to Dobson Road, and then Dobson up to Main Street. So it connects into the light rail system, and we actually have a system connection. Whereas also ongoing discussions to look at trying to get an extension, continue that extension down Main Street to Southern and Southern over to Alma School as then a long-term end of the line.
So let's pause on that for a second, because this is a major infrastructure project. So the current Tempe streetcar, which is completing construction and will be operational by the end of the year?
By December.
By December. Under this plan, right now, one end of the Tempe streetcar is just north of Sun Devil Stadium. And this would extend the streetcar line into Mesa, past Mesa Riverview, past the Cub Stadium and the Economic Center at Riverview, and then turn south on Dobson Road and would end at the Sycamore, adjacent to the Sycamore Light Rail Station, so that folks who are commuting from Mesa into Tempe, whether it's for football or for ASU, would be able to get off at the Sycamore Station and then hop on the streetcar and hopefully go to their job at Riverview, at some of the great developments going on there, but continue the evolution of what all this massive development that we see happening on Rio Salado at this time.
And then there's also a bus rapid transit project on Arizona Avenue and Country Club, so stretching from South Chandler up Arizona Avenue into Mason and ending at the light rail alignment on Main Street. And then, as Chris alluded to, the light rail state of good repair. This line item is really covers vehicle replacement, track rehabilitation, rehabilitation of the operations and maintenance facilities, so the truly regional maintenance items that that need to happen for the life cycle of the project. You may hear there's some discussion, some non-rail cities believe that this means general maintenance for the light rail system that we have going on right now, and that's not what this is. The general maintenance that happens day to day will still be funded, is expected to be funded the same way it is today by the 3 rail cities.
So for that, before we move on, again, a huge commitment from the region that it will continue the commitment that we made as a rail city, that the region will fund capital, will fund operations, and that is something that we certainly are joined by our fellow rail cities in ensuring that commitment continued from the region. But as Jody alluded to as well, this is one of the areas there's still some work in progress right now with MAG. One of the projects we did submit was the streetcar continuing down continuing down Dobson through the Asian District, down to MCC and Banner, and then over to Fiesta Mall. So we're hoping that before final projects are wrapped up, that will be included, since that's an area that we've studied, that the council has authorized that we study for high capacity transit. And so over a 25-year program, we certainly want to see that project included, since there's some major education and job centers along that corridor.
Scott and Jody, you know, this is the streetcar extension. I've got some neighborhoods that are pushing back on it, you know, and so I think that it's important to do some outreach to the neighborhoods that it's going to go through, because, you know, even though it's being driven by MAG or other entities, you know, if you drive Rio Salado, even from ASU to Tempe Marketplace and then Rio Salado, it's more of an, I would say, some commercial retail, but yet some industrial, unless there's some huge retailers or even employers along the Rio Salado address, which I know is a hot address. But I think we have to sell the neighborhoods to this, because, you know, we can build it, but then we have to pay for it. And, you know, or we want to pay for this operation and maintenance, like you said, but then there's also the ripple effect of public safety and other issues that come with the light rail that we have to manage at our stops and things. So we just need to increase awareness. Again, I don't want to be redundant to our neighborhoods, but I don't know what the timestamp is this, but we should do the outreach now and do community, and I'm willing to help. It goes through Councilmember Heredia's district, mine, and eventually, if you're going to take it all the way south on Dobson and Banner. So, any comments?
Yeah, Mayor and council member, I think Jody can speak to this. The good part of our public outreach, and you're right, certainly as this moves into a project that is looking at construction, there'll be aggressive public outreach, but we've been engaging many of the residents that you're talking about, both in your district and Councilmember Heredia's district, through the studies that we've been performing on this. And so, Jody, do you want to touch on those?
Mayor, Councilmember Freeman. So when we did the two different studies, they were at two different stages of development, if you will. A light rail project or a rail project goes through many stages before it gets funded. When we did the connection with Tempe, it was really a feasibility study, just is it feasible? And typically feasibility studies don't have a lot of public outreach. We are now working with Tempe and Valley Metro to put together a scope of work for what that next phase of the project would be, which is called defining a locally preferred alternative. And that phase has a very robust public involvement element to that. So as we start doing that, we will be reaching out a lot to the community, to the neighborhoods, and getting that input.
And Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, we just found out on Monday, actually, that Congressman Stanton had included $4 million in the surface transportation bill that's working through Congress right now to do that next phase of environmental work and public outreach for the streetcar extension. So hopefully that'll continue through the process and be voted on by the full House and the full Senate, and that would be a great situation that federal funds could be used to do that next phase of outreach.
Okay, so we'll stay tuned to all that, and I have my personal opinion, but I'll leave it on the table right now. So thank you.
Can I express my personal opinion?
Yeah.
I think it's the right direction to go to implement streetcars and looking at more high capacity without impacting our roads. We're going to have more traffic through there, more cars, more congestion is public safety for everybody, whether you're in a car or in a bike or walking is an issue. We have an aging population, and we have many of our young people who don't want to drive. We have Sloan Park and Riverview there. We are going to increase congestion in cars and air quality and impacts on public safety if we don't have an alternative in which we can move people, especially in our West Valley, where we have we're increasing the density of our living, and a safe, climate-friendly way that's for all ages, all abilities. And this is something we won't even see, what it's going to be at least, 10, 15 years before we see maybe progress on it, see it to its completion. So we really need to look far ahead into what our city is going to look like in the next 20 years and beyond. It is not going to be the same as now, and we need to move in this direction. So thank you for the moment to express my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heredia.
Yeah, it was interesting. Last, maybe 2 weeks ago, took a tour with Congressman Stanton of the Tempe streetcar line, and we drove to Mesa along Riverview, Rio Salado to Dobson, and just the plans that ASU has, and the city of Tempe along Rio Salado, adding probably tens and tens of thousands of individuals over the next 10 years, 10, 15, 20 years along that corridor. I think it's an important opportunity for us to, like Vice Mayor Duff mentioned, to look ahead and create the potential placemaking opportunities where we can move people to our part of town, where I think in the future, the only the only way we will be moving, I think, is around density, ensuring that we create more density because there's no other land that we can create neighborhoods or so the future, I think, lies on how do we smartly and strategically create density around West Mesa and our partner in Tempe, where they're creating a system of how to move people with streetcar, their orbit, their current lines that they have around light rail and bus. I think how West Mesa looks will be similar in kind of in conjunction with what Tempe looks in the far future, and so creating opportunities to create those placemaking options where people from Tempe can come to the Riverview or Union to work and come to the Asian district to eat is going to be important for us to just move people around this area. So I'm fully supportive of this, and of course the outreaching to our neighborhoods that are there is going to be critical, and ensuring that we create the systems beforehand to make sure that we take in comment, which is why we're creating a pilot kind of neighborhood connector along Dobson right now to just gauge the interest of folks willing to travel and the ease and seeing what people want to see in the future as far as having higher capacity routes for people to go to places, right? Either work, play, you name it. So I think it's definitely going to be a critical component for West Mesa's future to look at these options and how do we connect people in this part of the region, right? So.
Mayor and Councilmember Heredia, and it goes back to some of what Councilmember Freeman was talking about, public engagement. Mr. Brady just gave the thumbs up to staff, both transit and Nana and his crew, to work on a federal grant opportunity from the FTA that's all about transit-oriented development and placemaking that you just talked about engaging the community, finding out what it is that they're looking for along these corridors and how we can leverage public-private partnerships and other opportunities to define those spaces, just like you said. And we're hopeful, of course, that the FTA will fund that grant, and that's just another layer of the outreach and the opportunity that we would want to build around any kind of investments, because as we've seen with light rail, it spurs tremendous investment, but having a plan going in and knowing how you would like to engage those spaces and working with private property owners and others to maximize the opportunity is certainly something we're going to have to do along these routes. All right, and then similar.
Hey, I just want to recover myself here just a little bit. But I'm all about what you said, Councilmember Heredia, about population and density and movement, because along the Rio Salado corridor, ASU has a large student population with more buildings to be built and employers and employment base, and we need to move that. But we need to be strategic and, again, the outreach to the community to dispel the opinions, whether personal or private, whatever, and getting them out. And it's not going to be a win situation, but we're, again, I'm responsive to their questioning, and so we send them to Jody for answers, and which she gets to handle. But at the end of the day, we just have to make the right and best decision for our community and moving it. And I agree, most people don't want to drive, and this is a good solution. So with that, that's part of my opinion, Vice Mayor, so we'll leave it there.
Great. I have a feeling we're going to have 15 years worth of meetings on this, so it's going to come up. Jody, we're still holding our breath to hear about the new bus lines.
Just one more slide.
Okay.
This one is for Councilmember Thompson. So part of the change in what was in Prop 400 is there were routes that were specifically identified for funding. So there was not a lot of leeway to be able to be flexible to move some of that funding around if a route had already been identified. So in transit, we have two sources of funding, Prop 400 and the general fund. How this is panning out gives us some more flexibility. So the slide I showed that has the base allocation, which is our Prop 400 routes through 2026, then there's an allocation, for lack of a better phrase, we're using the formula allocation. So cities will get an allocation of funds based on 50% of your ridership and 50% of your revenue miles, in addition to your base allocation. We can use that additional formula allocation could be used for increasing service on routes, increasing span of service on routes. We could fund new routes, whatever, what falls into that category. And all of this service is reevaluated every 2 years on productivity and the numbers change. So that is one funding source that could allow us to add service. We want to be strategic probably in the long term because the seed funding for new routes in emerging markets is another funding source. So, excuse me, in East Mesa, if we wanted to try a route, but we weren't quite sure. There's some routes, there's some corridors we know we can put bus service on and it's going to be productive. If there's a route in East Mesa we want to do bus service, but we're not quite sure, we might want to apply for the seed funding where the regional program over 4 years will fund the route 90% of the route, 70% of the route, 50%, and 30% with the city matching locally. So we have that 4 years to develop ridership to see if we want to continue funding that. So those are two options we have to be able to grow the service in East Mesa or improve frequency on the rest of the line. So that will really help us. These other items at the bottom, which help right now, express bus funding, ADA funding, bus replacement, park and rides, that all comes out of our JE. What's being proposed for this extension is they would come right off the top. It wouldn't impact our JE, but there would be no JE. So express bus, jurisdictional equity. Our portion of Prop 400. So all of that draws it down. And it does inhibit growing service. So on express bus, if multiple jurisdictions pay for an express bus, I'm going to pick on Phoenix a little bit here. If we want to add a new run on an express bus, Phoenix has to agree to be able to pay that, pay their share of that. If they don't, it's a challenge to run that. That conflict is going to be taken out. So we'll have express buses off the top, paratransit service. What is being recommended is that the region fund ADA paratransit service within the federal minimum, which is what Mesa already provides. So that would come off the top and not out of our allocation. Bus capital, things like park and rides, bus replacements, that would come off the top and not out of our allotment. And then regional services, which right now is coming off the top, things like the mobility center, the regional call center, fare collection systems, that stuff is a separate pot that will continue to come off the top. So this does give us more flexibility in being able to grow our system.
Mayor, I just want to highlight what Jody just said, though, about the ADA paratransit service. The move that council made to bring our system into conformity with the federal requirements on that allows this to be an expense that's paid for by the region and will no longer count against Mesa's allocation. That's a big deal. So now that frees up other funds in transit that we can use for other endeavors. And so it was a lot of foresight from the council to go and improve that and bring that conformity so that can be a regional expense moving forward and not something that's charged back to the city of Mesa. So with that, skipped over, just again to highlight, Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Thank you, Scott. I just want to mention, I really appreciate the whole idea of the new technology that MAG is looking at. And I just texted somebody that I want to make sure I can talk about it. We may be in 15 years the age of the Jetsons, where we're going to have drones that are going to be carrying people back and forth. In fact, there's a company called Whiskero, and one of my companies that happens to be in Northeast Mesa is looking at that. So, that may solve a lot of our regional problems. So Whisk-Arrow, it's one of a company partnering here in Northeast Mesa, but they're pilotless. So you get in a drone and it picks you up and takes you where you want to go. So in 15 years, we may have something like that. So we'll solve some of our transportation problems. And I'm not crazy, this is actually happening.
Mayor and Councilmember, we're bullish on that pot of money too, just with Waymo's presence in Mesa and the commitment that they've made as well. You'll see autonomous vehicle companies and others that have fortunately selected Mesa as their home base in the region that could benefit from those dollars and that connections that we can make to our transportation systems with autonomous vehicles. So I think that's still, as you said, to be determined over the course, but I'm sure it'll be put to good use as technology.
Sure. It's a taxi drone and it carries a lot of people without a pilot, so it'll take you from one place to another. So let's see what the future holds. We'll be at the age of the Jetsons. So.
Absolutely. We can see them haul Dr. Pombier around town,
yes,
so I would love to see that. Okay. So just in wrapping up, again, this summer, no pressure on the mayor, but the idea is that the MAG TPC and then the regional council, which he's about to take over as chair, should be approving some version of this plan, hopefully similar to what we've presented today with just a few tweaks. Moving forward, it will go to the vice mayor's point to the federal government for their conformity analysis this fall. And then we hope, as a united voice and a united region, to be able to take this plan then to the state legislature to get their approval during the 22 session, with the goal being that it would appear on the ballot in the fall of 22. That does give a few years in case anything were to go sideways, either with legislative approval. We don't, with so much continuation of transit and other things at stake now, we don't want to wait till the very last election before Prop 400 expires. So that's why the goal is to get it to the voters in the fall of 22 and provide that buffer before the expiration of Prop 400. So with that, we'll answer any more questions, and thank you.
Thank you. As has been noted, Council, we are, I think we're well represented at MAG, at the staff and at the city manager level. They've been very immersed in this for years, in getting us to this point. I will have the privilege of chairing MAG beginning next month, so that the timing, is good for us. But and I do represent our council on the Regional Transportation Policy Board as well. So I'm anxious to get your reactions to this. If you have concerns, I think I've been worried about how this was going to be resolved, because over the last year or two, there's been the potential for a real fight to occur at the regional level, and there's been stress between West Valley interests and East Valley, and anyway, there have been several times that I've thought, wow, this is really going to get interesting, and we're going to have to pick sides and have food fights at MAG meetings. And it's been wonderful to see the pieces fall into place here, where we can make a half-cent extension work by extending it by a few years. So I'm pleased to see how things have come together, and how we can get all of the needs of our community fit into something that I think politically can work with a legislature and a governor and a county supervisors who don't want to be labeled with increasing taxes, but they're okay with renewing taxes. So I'd like to say I'm very pleased that things have fallen into place, but I'm anxious to hear from this council. I'm anxious to hear from our community to get their response to this presentation and the path that's in front of us. So you don't have to do it right now, but I mean, over the next few months, please let us know if you have concerns, or if you think we need to be advocating in different directions. Okay. Thank you very much for all. And again, this has been years worth of work to get us to this place, so we appreciate it. Next item on our agenda, Council, is to acknowledge receipts of minutes of various boards and committees. Is there a motion to that effect? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. And just for the record, that was the Economic Development Advisory Board meeting. Next item on our agenda is current event summary and reports on meetings and conferences attended. Who would like to share what they've been up to lately? Madam Vice Mayor?
Oh, I believe, yeah,
Okay.
Councilmember Hurdy has
Go ahead, Mr.
some big news.
We, through the Parks Bond in 2018, the various improvements within our parks, one particular in partnership with Niagara's foundation, Niagara Bottling Company's foundation, is renovating Palo Verde Park in West Mesa, south of Dobson and Guadalupe. It's a heavy traffic park in that area, and we most of our council was there to take a photo, like a video shoot, and talk about the park and the partnership with Niagara. So it's a great event and a great opportunity to improve a park that kind of the equipment was getting older and worn down. So thank you for everybody that was there. So
It's a beautiful park. I mean, it's a huge retention basin, and I know it's very utilized already, but it was, I'm anxious to come back with my my grandchildren after seeing the upgrade in that playground equipment. It's beautiful.
And just a
Mesa.
couple more comments on that park. I believe the name of the park is Palo Verde, is that correct? Yeah. Palo Verde Park. I was quite impressed, and I appreciate that the foundation from Niagara, it's called Niagara Cares, it was $130,000 that they invested into improving the area with rubberized flooring or whatever you call it, and wood chips, and they're going to have shade. Shade is so important at our parks. And they were out there assembling a lot of the park equipment, so they had a lot of volunteers, very vested in our community, and I was quite impressed with how much they committed to improving our parks, especially as we enter the summer, right? Also, yesterday, I joined the mayor at Alice Cooper's Solid Rock Teen Center on North Country Club, just on the west side. It's Country Club in Maine, North Country Club on the west side. So the Teen Center has opened, and so that's quite exciting news. In fact, Alice Cooper came out to the Solid Rock Teen Center yesterday, and the mayor and I met him and did some photos together, and we were all with our guitars. It was a cool little session, and we're so excited to have them open. It's kind of a soft opening right now, but there'll be more celebrations to come. So something we've been talking about for a long time has come to fruition, and we're so glad to have them as part of our community. They have it's not only about music for teens from 12 to 20, it's also photography, art, recording, every creative art you can think of, and it's a free program to those teens. So a great amenity to our downtown and in Mesa in general. Thank you.
Amen. It was cool to have a short chat with Alice Cooper and to see how passionate he is about this project. The kids of West Mesa, not really West Mesa, everybody, I mean, the whole region is going to be able to use this facility, and it was fun to see how invested and how much joy he gets out of this foundation and the good work they do. Any other comments, Council?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Freeman.
Well, you go there. I just had a meeting this.
Well, I just wanted to point out that we got an email from Assistant Chief John Laughlin regarding the wildland fires that are east of the valley between Superior and Globe, that the Red Cross and Mesa Public Schools has opened up the Skyline High School for evacuation. So we may know friends and family that need to be evacuated, and they stand ready to help. But also, our Mesa Fire and Medical Department is also available to assist if needed in the city resources. So just a note for community and residents and friends and family. Thank you.
Yesterday, I was part of the constituency group presidents meeting. We're planning our summer conference, which is July 8th and 9th, through the National League of Cities. So looking forward to that as well.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, Council? Hearing none, Mr. Brady, what does our schedule of future meetings look like?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll meet again next Thursday for study session to review the upcoming agenda and a few other items. So we'll see you then.
Thank you. That concludes all the items on our agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Thank you, Mr. Luna and Mr. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, but Julie, did you have something else?
I'm just trying to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I leaned to my left.
You gotta make a motion to make the motion.
All right. I think there was a vote, and this meeting is adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can send us at ADOT through litter.az.gov, through that website. You can send us the information, you know, this particular car with this license plate, I witnessed them throwing litter. We will send them a letter saying, please don't do this. We had a citizen report that you did this. We are not going to send them a ticket. We're not going to send them a fine. We're going to basically tell them this is something that should not happen and here are the reasons why.
If you're not sure what those reasons are,
Hi, welcome to the Office of the City Clerk. We'd love to share with you a little bit of what we do. Come inside our office, which is located on the first floor of the Mesa City Plaza building. The City Clerk's office strives to provide courteous and professional service to elected officials, city staff, and, most importantly, the public. The Clerk's office is responsible for administering the city's elections, which are held regularly in the fall of even-numbered years, the primary in August, and the general in November. Mesa's elections are organized with the assistance of the Maricopa County Elections Office. If you are interested in running for municipal office, the Clerk's office can provide you with prospective candidate documents, ballot information, and other election-related information. Other duties of the Clerk's office include: records official minutes and actions of the City Council, oversees the citywide records management program and maintains the official record of ordinances and resolutions, manages citywide public records requests, manages vacancies and appointments to city advisory boards, codification of ordinances into the city code and the city charter, manages the legal posting of public notices, manages all legal processing services, provides notary services, and so much more. Please visit our website at www.mesaaz.gov for more information about our services and important election dates.
We are very excited to have this high-volume vaccination site here in the city of Mesa, located at the Dexcom facility that is on the 202 freeway just north of Gateway Airport, and take the Haas Road exit. This is a great opportunity for you to get a shot inside. The climate is great in here. No longer a need to drive to State Farm or try to track down another facility. Go to the state website to make an appointment. Again, the times are from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And let's all get vaccinated. This is our way to make progress as a community and to protect ourselves and those that we care for. So please come to Dexcom, please get vaccinated, and thank you for all of the volunteers and city staff that are working to make this possible.
I was in the Arizona Army National Guard for 7 years. I deployed to Iraq between 2008 and 2009. Sometimes people feel like once they're out of the military people don't understand me, they don't understand the experiences that I went through.
I had a medical retirement after 12 and a half years, was rated and deemed disabled with the VA. You know, I felt like my identity was being taken away because I had developed that identity, you know, it was trained into me.
When you join the military, you go to basic training. They tell you within 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whichever branch of service you join, once you get to the end, you know, they're the ones that make sure you get through that.
There's a lot of training that goes into becoming a military member. There's not a lot of deprogramming afterward.
The Be Connected program is a statewide program. What we do is help get service members, veterans, and their family members connected to different resources.
You know, there's so much out there. There's so many amazing resources out there, and it's finding what works for you.
You're not alone. There's definitely other people that are probably feeling the same way you do, but keep going on and reach out. Reach out to someone, whether that's a support line, a crisis line, a family member, or a friend. Just know that you're not alone and things do truly get better.
Where you're at right now is one of the darkest places you're gonna be. It gets better. It really does. If you decide to make a permanent solution to a temporary problem happen and you're no longer here, you've cut yourself short of an amazing healing and rest of your life that you can experience.
Our community has been incredibly divided and with a lot of different feelings and opinions about what schooling should look like during a pandemic. And I think that Move One Mesa is an opportunity to build unison and bring our community together to move forward.
So Move One Mesa is really unifying all of us together to move forward towards these community priorities, such as physical health, mental health, kindness, and community service. And this includes community members from the City of Mesa, Mesa Public Schools Foundation, and the Chamber of Commerce, in addition to a great collaboration with Chris Powell and his Move 1 Million initiative.
Move 1 Million is the service project that I started to help millions of people take the very first step in their journey toward a better life, and also to help bring us all together, especially in these crazy times. And as the whole thing started to come to fruition, as I made connections with people in my city, they understood the movement, they understood the mission, and everybody rallied. They gave Move 1 Million the starting point to launch right here in the city in the form of Move One Mesa. And I couldn't think of a better place to begin this movement that's eventually going to change the world, but right here in my city. And so now, with Move 1 Million, we can provide a service to move the entire city of Mesa, from the schools to the general public to the hospitals to assisted living. We're going to get everybody moving. We're going to get everybody coming together as one.
Something like this is critically important to come in and address that very real and very serious need that we have in our community to do some things to address our emotional and our spiritual health in response to this horrible challenge that we've all had.
Part of mental health is not just inside of your head, it's your actual physical body. So movement is so important. Making sure that you get enough sleep, making sure you eat right, and taking care of yourself. So working those good endorphins, and that's what exercise does. So this movement is very important.
I've started an initiative called #MesaKindness, and I'm trying to create a culture of kindness in our community. And so this works perfectly with Move One Mesa. As we move forward as one, kindness is really going to help us be unified in that. And also, I love the one, meaning one person at a time and one act at a time. Really, truly, one small thing every day could make such a big difference. If everyone in our entire city, everyone in our schools was doing something to show kindness to each other.
The Mesa Public Schools Foundation is a nonprofit that really brings the community and the school district together.
It is really good for people to give a little bit beyond, because it just strengthens the schools and it strengthens students and teachers.
I know without a shadow of a doubt, 82 schools, 64,000 kids, we're going to change a lot of lives for the better.
Cody was not just my son, he was my best friend. Cody was my shadow.
He was awesome. He loved to sing. He got good grades. He was probably straight A's.
Cody had an amazing life. Cody had a bad week.
The one thing that I think that people really need to know is that it happens to normal families.
In our generation, my generation, having mental health issues was more of a weakness, which is completely ridiculous.
Mental health is just like if you broke a leg. You would go to the doctor, you would get a cast, and you would help it heal. Mental health is the same. When you're feeling ill, when you're not feeling right, when you're not feeling yourself, when your heart hurts, when your head hurts, when everything hurts, you need to go get help.
For Cody to feel like he didn't matter enough, or that it wouldn't devastate us, is devastating. It just is. To live without them is not okay. It's just not.
Don't write your ending. When it comes to it, take a pause. Put in a semicolon, not a period. Start again. Take a deep breath. Don't write your ending.
If you're struggling today, reach out for help. You are loved and you are needed.
Your life does matter. And it's what makes this world go round for us, is your life. Just reach out to someone, anyone.
Falcon Field is such a great part of Mesa's history. Literally, the economic impact of Falcon Field to the city of Mesa is measured in the billions of dollars.
You know, my hope is that today's you recognize the value and the historical part of this airport. The Falcon Field Airport has been here since 1941 to train the Royal Air Force pilots. This really commemorates the importance of the war effort during World War II. I'm particularly pleased that we have a woman, because it's essential that everyone recognize that women played an important role in the war effort. Having murals like this really commemorates the airport, and it will continue to be an important economic engine for the city of Mesa. But we first have to honor why it's here, and we have to honor its efforts for the World War II.
We've been looking for ways to commemorate what happened here during World War II with all of the training of the RAF and the U.S. Army Air Corps pilots, to really help people remember that that's how this airport got started, and that so many people who trained here sacrificed so much, and in many cases their lives, in order to ensure our freedom. We currently have 16 RAPs, and you can see, in addition to these RAPs here by the tower, there are some down by the Falcon Field Park that people can see, the general public can see. And then there is one over on the north side of the airport. And then there are several of them located down in the city-owned hangar area.
No, I don't use the word unique very often. This airport is unique for having this. I don't think there's another airport in the country that I've ever heard of that's done anything like this. It's a physical link between the history of the airport when it was training British Royal Air Force cadets for World War II in the 1940s. It's really the link that makes this connection between modern days and the historical presence of the airport. So when other pilots I bring out here and come and see how clean the airport is, how well maintained it is, and then they see this artwork, they're just really blown away. They just go, God, I wish we could do something like that.
I hope if young people come, they ask why they're here and what it all signifies. Well, he joined the RAF when he was 18 and he became an armorer. And then in 1942, he got a pilot slot, and that's how he came to Falcon Field. And he absolutely loved it here. He loved the valley, he loved the weather. When the war was over, he actually came back with the British quota as soon as he could. And he became a citizen in the early 60s. And he was always involved with keeping the history alive here. Falcon he was so proud.
My dad happened to be sent to Falcon Field, and he loved Falcon Field. After the war, my parents had 2 children in England, and one of those child required a hot, dry climate. And my dad, having been stationed here at Falcon Field during World War II, it was a no-brainer to come back to Mesa. Freedom isn't free. So many airmen that were killed here in training, both from the Army Air Forces and the Royal Air Force. And the civilian pilots that trained them that died here. There was such a huge impact. Almost half of the people that trained here died. People think about the infantry, they see movies about the infantry, but the Royal Air Force and United States Army Air Forces took such a huge brunt of the casualties during the war. And we need to remember that forever.
After many months of waiting, Arizona Museum of Natural History, Idea Museum, Mesa Contemporary Arts Museum, and Mesa Art Center Art Studios are thrilled and excited to finally welcome back visitors. We've missed having our galleries full of life. You can say it's been kind of dead around here. So when we heard that we might have some guests from the Phoenix Zoo, we jumped at the chance. During their visit, zoo team members had the opportunity to meet distant relatives and explore ancient forest fossils. Lulu wasn't fazed at all by the dinosaurs and danced like no one was watching. At Idea Museum, zoo team members tried their hand at putting on a show at the Cozy Cottage Puppet Theater, had some fun with the green screen, enjoyed the views from the exhibitions, and learned that every day is a great day to learn, be creative, and have fun.
The animals at the Phoenix Zoo were so excited to take a road trip to downtown Mesa to visit the museums, art studio, and Mesa Arts Center, and they had a wild time. Buttercup was especially excited to get a chance to exercise her artistic and creative ability at the Mesa Arts Center Art Studios and got some pointers from one of our instructors. The entire Phoenix Zoo team enjoyed taking in the exhibitions at Mesa Contemporary Arts Museum, and Lulu found an exhibition that seemed to be made just for her. And even though the Mesa Arts Center theaters remain closed, we were treated to a private performance which was thoroughly enjoyed.
We were so excited to host the Phoenix Zoo for a sneak peek of Arizona Museum of Natural History, Idea Museum, Mesa Contemporary Arts Museum, and Mesa Arts Center. Our top priority is to create a safe environment for all, so we have implemented new safety measures. That way, our visitors can focus on enjoying their visit.
MABEL stands for Mobile Art-Based Engagement Lab. MABEL came about from years of community conversations. We came up with this idea of creating kind of a mobile art studio where we could take these types of experiences out into the community and do them in different spaces, in neighborhoods, in parks, at festivals. MABEL is all about bringing community together, and she serves as really an extension of the Mesa Arts Center campus, and she really creates a space for people to gather and to do creative activities.
So I worked with Jen to design and build all of the pieces for MABEL. I'm really excited to see how it interacts with people and how people interact with it. The design of it was trying to be as freeing as it could be to allow people to have the most options so that they can figure out how they want to move MABEL forward, what works, what doesn't work, but giving enough options to make it usable.
It kind of removes barriers that people might otherwise have to engaging with the city. I think that's absolutely one of the biggest goals with this project, is not only to be creative, not only to gather people, but also to ensure that we have a space to comfortably talk about things that matter about our city.
We're here, of course, to recognize the efforts of a gentleman who actually activated the 911 system to potentially save a life. The victim of a recent car crash in Mesa was rescued thanks to the quick actions of SRP substation troubleman John Boyle. John was performing a line patrol inspection at about Power and Warner Roads on Monday, July 6th.
And as I was using my binoculars to look down the power lines, both east and west, I thought I saw some movement in this car accident. And part of this movement was I actually thought it was a windshield wiper. And I saw the windshield wiper move again. I saw a little bit of damage to the canal. I paid a lot more attention to this car accident scene. And when I saw an arm or movement in the vehicle, that's when I called 911.
Do you know who is injured or how many people are injured?
No idea. He's down in the ravine, man. This is like so crazy.
Now, we're already on the way. If anything changes before we get there, definitely give us a call back, okay? But we're going to be there pretty quickly.
Perfect. to help identify where this scene is, I am in a marked SRP single cab vehicle on top of the canal.
Stand by one for me, sir. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. We're going to be there soon, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
And I approached the vehicle and administered first aid at that point. And what I found was a single occupant, semi-unconscious. There was a little bit of movement, and I made introduction to him and let him know that help's on the way.
You know, we see tragedy every day in our city from incidents that occur, but it's folks like you that make the difference in terms of taking action when you see something and take the time needed to get us there to the call. You truly, truly made a difference in saving a life.
What you've done can inspire people all around you, whether it's your family, your coworkers, the rest of the community, anybody who's watching right now, is when you see something, say something. When you find something that looks out of place, you know, take the time to call and let the professionals go and deal with it. And you showed that.
So I want to start by saying thank you. And it's one of the reasons Mesa is such a great place to live. Not only does the system work, but we have citizens who care. We've got people walking around the city paying attention to other things than just their lives. And when they make phone calls like this, it allows our police and our fire to then go and help individuals. John, none of that happens without you. SRP is a great partner with the city of Mesa. We appreciate that relationship, but we really appreciate the fact that you took the time to make a difference because you helped save a life, and we couldn't be happier. So thank you very much on behalf of the city.
At SRP, we exist to serve our customers and our stewards of the community. We take the health and safety of our community very seriously. And the actions that you took that day exhibit our values. And so we're extremely proud of you. You do a great job, John. You always have. And, so thank you.
We've worked together for a long time, and he's always been very thorough and detailed in all he does. So thank you, John.
John, great job. I appreciate all that you do, and you represent SRP very well. Thank you.
All right, John, the other day I understand we had a certificate that we got over to you.
Yes, I have it right here, Forrest.
All right, thank you.
And I can't read it because it's facing the camera, but.
And would you have like to give us a closing statement, sir?
I'm just really proud of the training that I've had to provide situational awareness, public safety, the stewardship of some of the job roles that I have, both as a person, an employee, a community member. I'd like to thank all the parties involved, the city of Mesa, and such a proud city that they are, and the company that I work for, SRP, that I appreciate that recognition.
Hi, I'm Ranger Wyatt with the City of Mesa Park Rangers. I just want to let you know some do's and don'ts when you bring your dogs to the parks. First do that we have is have your dog on a leash unless they're in the fenced area of the dog parks. Second, pick up after your dog. No excuses. Bring a baggie just in case. Not all parks have doggy baggies. Third, visit the dog parks. Countryside Quail Run and coming soon, Eastmark. Fourth, bring water for your dog. Fifth, have fun. The parks are here for your enjoyment. Just be courteous and a responsible pet owner. Now moving on to the don'ts. Don't leave your dog unattended or unleashed. Don't leave behind your dog's mess. Your dog equals your mess. Don't let your dogs get into fights or become aggressive. A responsible pet owner always keeps an eye on their dogs. This includes once they're free inside the dog park. Don't take your dog onto the playground or any play structure of the park. Remember, dogs have bare feet, so don't let them walk on hot asphalt on hot days for too long. And please remember these do's and don'ts when you bring your dogs to the park.
Hey, see this sign? It means slow down. Why? Because there's a work zone ahead. Road work is dangerous work. Whoa, let's look at that again. Road workers put their lives at risk every day to improve and maintain the roads you drive. Put yourself in their boots. Slow down in work zones.
The City of Mesa is making it easier for you to access services and information using the Mesa Now app with some features accessible on Alexa devices. On both the app and Alexa, you can pay your utility bill, see a calendar of events, learn about your district and who represents you, and when your trash and recycle pickup days are. Additional features on the Mesa Now app include news, report issues, parks, and many more. You can download the Mesa Now app on your phone and also try the City of Mesa Alexa skill on your device. There's more to come, so stay connected with us on Mesa Now and Alexa.
Hi everyone, Ranger Burton here with the City of Mesa Park Rangers. I'm going to go over a few how-tos, do's and don'ts within the City of Mesa in regards to our community fishing waters. We want to make sure we get the proper fishing license in regards to which waterway you're going to be fishing at. As far as the youth go, anyone from 10 to 17, it's $5 for any fishing license. For the general fishing license for residents, it's $37. It's $55 for non-residents, and that is annual. For the community fishing license itself, it's $24 for residents and non-residents. Remember guys, come out, have fun, enjoy our waters, be safe.
Hey, thanks for meeting me today.
No problem.
I'm really nervous. I don't know how I'm going to pay for college. Can you help me at all?
Have you filled out the FAFSA yet?
No, what's that?
It's the free application for federal student aid.
What can FAFSA do for me?
You can get grants, which is money you don't have to pay back, and student loans.
Cool, okay, so it's going to help me pay for college.
Yeah.
Is it hard to do?
No, it's really easy. You can do it online.
Well, I'm kind of afraid that my parents make too much money.
You have to fill it out to apply for college, and it's free, so there's no downside.
Oh, okay, thanks for helping me out. I'm going to go fill it out right now.
Good luck.
Hi everyone, Ranger Burton here with the City of Mesa Park Rangers. I'm going to go over a few how-tos, do's and don'ts within the City of Mesa in regards to our community fishing waters. Generalized rules that will include maps to each individual site that will give you a location to the restrooms, the lake depth, the bag limits or catch limits, and where you can park within the facility. Next thing is going to be safety before, during, and after fishing. Obviously, we want to wear the proper gear. You want to make sure you have closed-toed shoes, maybe a hat on. We want to bring enough water and sunblock out, take care of the heat. We want to make sure that we station ourselves far enough away from other anglers so that you can be safe within your casting, as well as giving courtesy and distance. Remember guys, come out, have fun, enjoy our waters, be safe.
Want to figure out how much water you should use? It's easy with the new Know Your H2O water calculator. Step 1. Tell us a little about your household and property. Step 2. The calculator will estimate how much water you need and show you where your water is going. Step 3. Use the recommended resources, tools, and tips to help you use water wisely and save money. Start saving water today.
Problems. The ones most people don't have the stomach for. The ones nobody talks about at cocktail parties. We go looking for them. In unforgiving neighborhoods, in struggling communities, and in seemingly docile suburbs. No matter the obstacles, no matter the odds, we surround the community's most critical problems. And we fight. Mesa United Way fights for the health, education, and financial stability of every person in this community. Because change doesn't happen alone. Hope isn't a one-man band, and there is no such thing as self-taught or self-made. We have one life to live better. We must live united.
Construction to widen the Loop 101 between Baseline and the Loop 202 Santan is underway. Closures are scheduled mostly during overnight hours and on weekends. Construction is scheduled to be completed in late spring of 2020. Minimize delays by subscribing to ADOT traffic alerts. Just go to azdot.gov/price freeway improvements, click on subscribe for updates, and enter your email address. That's it. You'll begin receiving alerts in your inbox. Stay informed with www.az511.gov.
For years, Mesa Parks Recreation and Community Facilities has worked hard to provide spaces and places for people of all ages, of all abilities, regardless of where they may be on the autism spectrum, the opportunity to play and recreate. To have the opportunity to become the first Parks and Recreation Department that's autism certified in the entire country, leading to the entire city becoming autism certified, is truly innovative and something we're excited to be a part of and proud to be a leader across the country in this arena.
20 miles of light rail will move us from the East Valley to the West Valley, connecting people, campuses, and communities. And those 20 miles are serving as a new economic engine, a quiet, non-polluting economic engine, igniting investment and development that will be felt across the valley and throughout the state.
The light rail and First Institution Baptist Church have become great partners. One, in being good stewards of God's creation, but also enabling us to use it to reach people all over this valley. And it has brought new life and diversity to this community.
I prefer not to drive my car just because just sustainability and just environmentally friendly. I prefer to take the light rail when I can. I think it's very convenient. More people are going to move here. The freeways aren't going to get less crowded. They're just going to get more crowded. So you might as well start doing it now.
I've been dreaming about first place for more than 20 years. It was 25 years ago that our son, Matthew, was diagnosed with autism. And at that time, we were told to love, accept, and plan to institutionalize him. And I went to some of those places that adults with autism and other special needs lived. And I ran away as fast as I possibly could. And one of the most important criteria for our location and all locations is access to transportation. How do you get to that big world and that big life outside of the home where you live? And so our specific location here at 3rd Street in Catalina was because of the light rail and access to public transit.
Housing partners and apartments for staff and students and faculty can all be along the light rail. So it gives us a backbone to build and conceptualize around. My hope is that light rail, as it moves forward, becomes expanded, that it continues to weave around and connect different communities, that it becomes linked with other modal forms of transportation, that there are on-demand driver services or autonomous vehicle services that are then connected to light rail. You know, you could in theory get off at a light rail station and then there might be an autonomous vehicle to take you somewhere else. All of those things then allow, from that backbone, you know, a very significant transportation infrastructure to be expanded, deployed, modernized, all those things.
Congratulations, happy birthday, light rail.
Congratulations to the light rail for your 10th anniversary.
Congratulations, Valley Metro Rail, for the last 10 years.
Light rail, 10 years old, I mean, man, you're almost getting ready to go to middle school.
We'll be celebrating 50 years from now.
The Arizona Department of Revenue has located to the City of Mesa Customer Service Center at 55 North Center Street. Business owners can now stop by to pay their taxes, apply for new licenses, and have general transaction privilege tax questions answered. Hours of operation are from Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Friday from 8 a.m. to noon. Stop by and visit us at 55 North Center Street in downtown Mesa, or online at aztaxes.gov.
Untrimmed landscaping is inconvenient and a hazard for you and large service vehicles. Overgrown trees make it difficult for city vehicles to get their job done. All vegetation near a roadway should be trimmed back to 14 feet over a street and 8 feet over sidewalks. Please help keep our roadways clear by trimming all trees and shrubs. For more information, please call 480-644-2160.
Falcon Field Airport includes a variety of aviation facilities and services. It encompasses 784 acres, 2 runways of 5,100 and 3,800 feet, 2 helipads, more than 400 city-owned hangars, and numerous privately owned hangar facilities. Nearly 100 businesses on Falcon Field provide more than 1,000 jobs. The City of Mesa-owned airport has a professional staff along with a friendly FAA-operated air traffic control tower who ensure the facility and airspace are safely and efficiently managed. Whether you are looking to build an aircraft from the ground up, or if you need aircraft maintenance, inspections, avionics, interiors, or paint, there is a rich network of aviation businesses on Falcon Field and in the surrounding 7,000-acre Falcon Business District to serve your aviation needs.
Terrifying jobs, high-flying linemen, take 3.
Josh, this is an absolutely terrifying job. Why do you do it?
It's a very demanding job, but very rewarding and exciting.
How much energy are you actually working with up there?
500,000 volts of electricity.
It's definitely not my line of work. Does anything shock you?
Yeah, distracted drivers terrify me.
Mesa Forensic Services Firearms Unit. This is an overview of what this unit can do. Function testing. Does the gun work as designed? Bullet cartridge case examinations using a comparative microscope. Did they come from the same gun? Serial number restoration. Is a serial number obliterated? We may be able to get that back. Distance determination. How far was the muzzle of the gun from the target when it was fired? NIBIN. Preliminary entry of fired casings for possible leads to other scenes. Tool marks. Scratches or cuts made on one object by another object. Function testing. This evaluation determines if a firearm functions in a safe and normal manner. This is an in-depth examination and will include such things as trigger pull, safety function, mechanical issues, etc. Bullet cartridge case examinations. Components collected from shooting scenes such as fired cartridge cases and fired bullets can be compared to each other and to collected firearms to determine a common source. Answering the question, were these bullets or cases fired from this gun? Or were these bullets or cases fired from one gun or multiple guns? Serial number restoration. The unit has a number of tools and methods for restoring serial numbers. Distance determination. We have the physical and chemical means to determine how far away the muzzle of a firearm was from the target. It is also possible to use a shotgun spread pattern to determine distance in situations where a shotgun was used. NIBIN test fire and NIBIN entry. This is a screening tool in which fired cartridge cases, both test fired and from the scene, are entered into a database and are searched against other cartridge cases previously entered from other agencies. Tool marks. Anywhere a tool was used and left a mark, this method can be used. We can compare the marks left by a tool to the tool itself for a common source.
Hi everyone, Ranger Burton here with the City of Mesa Park Rangers. I'm going to go over a few how-tos, do's and don'ts within the City of Mesa in regards to our community fishing waters. During fishing, you want to make sure you don't get in this water. Don't jump in. No swimming is allowed. Tend to your own poles. You are allowed 2 poles per angler. Again, we want to make sure that we don't feed the wildlife and you cast within a proper distance of other people. So after we're done fishing, let's make sure to clean up after ourselves. Let's make sure to use all of the trash cans. We do utilize these black tubes that help with collecting all of your unwanted tangled line, lures, hooks. You can utilize those to dispose of those. Lastly, if we see any suspicious activity around the lakes, we want to go ahead and contact Arizona Game and Fish and report any suspicious activity. Remember guys, come out, have fun, enjoy our waters, be safe.
My mother used to say, a long time ago, whenever there would be any catastrophe that was on the air, she would say, always look for the helpers. Because if you look for the helpers, you'll know that there's hope.
You wouldn't treat your home like this. But when you throw junk out of your car, that's exactly what you're doing. Arizona is our home. Love it. Don't trash it. Learn what you can do to help at don'ttrasharizona.com.
Because of you, I feel not alone in this world. And you let me know that it only takes one person to make you feel wanted.
How many times have you purchased something in bulk or in a larger multi-pack based on the per unit cost, but in the end you realize you bought way too much, and that value that you were expecting may no longer exist, and now you have a lot of leftover material? That's where the concept of right buying comes in. Basically, that means buying just the right amount of product that you need for your project. This is especially important when it comes to household hazardous materials such as paint, pesticides, tile grout, sealers, and any other hazardous items you may find in your home. By buying just the right amount of product that you need, you don't have to worry about what to do with any leftover material. It's good for the planet and for your wallet. For more information about right buying, visit mesarecycles.org.
What do you do if somebody has a heart attack? You have to call 911 immediately. While you wait, you need to start hands-only CPR. Make sure he's on a hard, flat surface. Check for breathing. He's not breathing. Find the center of his chest. Put the heel of one hand on the center of the chest. Interlace your fingers. Lock your elbows. Push down hard and fast. Make sure you push down at least 2 inches.
Hello, Mesa Fire and Medical.
Right here! The Mesa Fire and Medical Department's goal is to be at your door in 4 minutes or less to help with your medical emergency.
IV established, Epi on board.
Shocking. I'm clear. Everybody clear. 1, 2, 3. Shocking now.
Check the rhythm. No missing his patient has a normal sinus rhythm. We're going to take him to the hospital. He's going to be okay.
Your Mesa Fire and Medical Department paramedics are here for your emergency.
I grew up in Mesa and I learned to swim at Roundeville Pool. When I first walked into the tunnel, I noticed that as you walk down the ramp, it gets cooler. And so it kind of triggered the thought in me that it could be like a swimming pool. On one end of the tunnel, you come in from this very manicured, beautiful urban park area, and at the other side, you go out into sort of a wild area, the Rio Salado area. I want people to sort of take away the contrast between those two things. When it's public art, my art always involves the site and the area and the people that live or work around the area. So in this particular piece, I was able to use some of the birds and some of the foliage that grows around the area. And I hope people in all of my work take away the idea that we do live in an area where we have beautiful nature, different kinds all around us. To do something in Mesa where I grew up, and also to do something with paint in an exterior situation, which is something that I hadn't done in public art yet. For an exterior piece that it has the protection in the tunnel from sun, also that it has sort of a surrounding effect. It can be on both sides of you, and for me that was unusual. But also, I like that it's part of a transit situation, so it involves pedestrians, bicyclists, skateboarders. The design process probably took about, I would say, 2 weeks as I worked on it on the computer and came to the site to look at the site and try to figure it out. But the painting and the tile work has taken about 2 months. Just the idea that nature's all around us and that it's an important part of what makes it a good place to live.
Terrifying jobs. Beekeeper, take 5.
Audra, this is a pretty terrifying job. Why do you do it?
For the love of the bees.
Is this what you always wanted to be?
Yeah, since I was 19, it's kind of when I put the pieces together.
I don't want to drone on here, so I'll just ask, does anything bug you?
Yes, distracted drivers terrify me.
Before heading out for some fun at one of Mesa's many playgrounds, remember these 5 simple tips to play it safe. Remain within sight and sound of your children playing. Choose a playground with age-appropriate equipment for your child. Be mindful of weather conditions, as equipment may be slippery from the rain or hot from the sun. Plus, don't forget the sunscreen. Always play during park hours. While playing, wear appropriate footwear. The City of Mesa offers a wide variety of parks and playgrounds for all ages and abilities. Have fun and play it safe.
So you look at the fires 30 or 40 years ago, and it used to be 20 minutes from the time the fire started to the time you needed to exit your house. Now they're saying with the modern furnishings that it's about 4 minutes. The biggest danger of a house fire is going to be the smoke from the fire. And when you look at today's furniture, it's pretty much all made from plastics. And that smoke will contain things like toluene, hydrogen cyanide, and different poisons.
We've noticed the changes in our careers to where it's very important that homeowners prepare ahead of time for when the worst thing that could happen. Because these fires, they ignite quicker and they get hotter faster.
Number one is going to be prevention before an escape plan. So no unattended cooking fires, no careless disposal of smoking objects like cigarettes, candles, stuff like that. No overloading electrical outlets, making sure they have smoke detectors in place that are checked monthly with the batteries replaced annually.
And you need to work with your family and your loved ones to have a plan. If that worst case scenario happens where you have a fire in your house, what are you going to do? It's very important to be prepared ahead of time, to know how you're going to get out of the house, know how to check the door, see if it's hot, crawl out, because the lower you are, the cleaner the air is going to be, because heat and with fire, the smoke rises. So you want to stay as low as possible, and then you want to get outside of the house and go to a meeting place so you know where everybody's going to be, and once you're out, you stay out, and then you call 911.
To protect your personal belongings, we recommend that you store passports, birth certificates, put them in a plastic Ziploc bag, and then put them in a fireproof safe. It's a tedious process, but there are online resources. You can do your own homework, you can check with your insurance company, because just like we see here, things are not going to always survive a fire, and so you can only cover so many bases.
My name is Jill Martin, and I am a consultant for small businesses. I applied with the city, and then I was assigned to the Parks and Recs board. Parks and Recs just meets every other month. My term is like 2 years, and then you can get reappointed. Being on the Parks and Recs, I mean, it's kind of cool to see how hard staff works to make sure that low income, seniors, children that have intellectual disabilities, children that have physical disabilities, being able to find an opportunity to recreate in Mesa. And I think that that's why you want to be on a board, because the staff and the council and everyone really does care. What are people saying? What is it that we can do to make it a better place to live? You really do have a voice.
One in 3 adults has pre-diabetes. That means it could be you, your favorite brother, your other brother. You, your boss, your boss's boss. You, your barber, your barber's barber.
Nice work. Thanks.
Or you, your co-pilot, your co-pilot's co-pilot. With early diagnosis, pre-diabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Mountain bikers having a great morning coming up the Haas Trail. This is very popular. Mesa is one of the best places in the country. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? You're famous now. Hi, this is what I do in the mornings to not go crazy and to get a little exercise in. Here we go. You can see, very popular place to be if you're exercising this morning. Morning! And I'm anxious for people in Mesa to take advantage of all the really cool stuff that goes on in Mesa. So we're going to start this hashtag, Why I Live in Mesa. For example, the great bike trails, bike lanes that we have in the city. This whole mountain coming back up is what bikers refer to as King Kong, because it is one big monster. Here's my almost vintage bike right now. I'm thinking about trading in my my tri-bike for a mountain bike. Tell me what I need if I were to switch to a mountain bike, so that I can, instead of riding this, I can ride that. My latest piece of equipment, and I love them, are these Beats wireless earphones. So you need these. If you guys are going to the gym, you see everybody walking around with these. They're great because they're wireless. And I'll put up my playlist for your enjoyment or criticism. So, hashtag, this is why I live in Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa is committed in providing new ways for safe, reliable natural gas to our utility customers. One safety feature you can request is an excess flow valve. It's a mechanical safety device designed to automatically close and restrict the flow of natural gas if the service line breaks or is severely damaged. Stopping the flow of gas from a broken service line significantly reduces the risk for personal injury and property damage. For more information, including installation costs, visit mesaaz.gov/energy.
So, are you ready?
Wait, let's back up a minute. Not that far. Back to a time when the city wanted to grow social media. They needed new ideas, so I thought, let's start a vlog. But not everybody knew what that was.
What is a blog?
Basically, we would make videos, put them on YouTube, and ask for suggestions. It was that simple. Or was it? The beginning was a little rough. But we kept at it. People started watching. Kids started watching.
On the vlog, guys.
And then people started suggesting ideas. So we did them. And the crazy thing is, our numbers started growing. They started growing because it's loose. It's raw. It's real.
It's easy. You can donate through your utility bill by simply rounding the total to the next dollar. This can be a monthly donation through your bill, or you can always give a one-time donation, even if you don't live in Mesa. ABC provides shelter, meals, and other services to Mesa children and families in need. If you only give once, monthly, next time, please consider ABC a better community.
Does your yard have a drinking problem? Give it the help it needs with the Drab to Fab Backyard Rehab Series from Water Use It Wisely. This 10-part video series shows you how to turn any Arizona yard into a colorful, low-maintenance, water-smart xeriscape. From working with a landscape designer to selecting plants and trees to installation, irrigation, and more. Take your yard from thirsty to thriving with the Drab to Fab Backyard Rehab Series at wateruseitwisely.com.
We all want the products we use every day to be safer for our families, pets, and the environment. The Safer Choice label can help you find cleaning and other household products that are made with ingredients that are safer for people and the environment. Ingredients and products that qualify to carry the label have been reviewed by the EPA for safety and performance. So look for the label. It's a safer choice.
Poor driving behaviors cause 94% of road crashes in Arizona. Speeding, aggressive and impaired driving, not wearing seatbelts, all result in thousands of preventable injuries and deaths every year. ADOT, DPS, and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety have set 4 safety corridors to remind drivers that highway safety is in their hands. Drive poorly through a safety corridor and you may be pulled over by a state trooper. Help us save lives. Drive safely on Arizona highways.
GPS 911, what is your emergency?
In the last month or so, we've seen an increase in wrong-way driving and definitely wrong-way driving crashes. This is a nationwide phenomenon, and so Arizona is not alone in this battle against wrong-way drivers. In many cases, wrong-way drivers self-correct. Unfortunately, a lot of our more severe wrong-way driving and our crashes, impairment is a cause in that. In those cases, they do not self-correct. In a response, the department moved forward in a cooperation with DPS and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. What are the opportunities that we can make immediate, future, and long-term improvements? ADOT's looking at 6 different locations throughout the Phoenix metro area. One of the opportunities that we saw that we can make an immediate impact is putting up some larger signs and also lowering those signs to be much closer to the driver's eye level. The do not enter signs will be 4 foot by 4 foot. Right now they're a 3 foot by 3 foot. In addition, we're adding wrong way on those same posts. This will increase the sign area at each of those locations by 200%. At the same time, there is the opportunity to put pavement markings in the form of an arrow. Basically, we will be installing a raised pavement marking. If you're driving with the direction of traffic as you're supposed to, you'll see an arrow pointing the direction you're going. As most people don't know, on the interstate, we put in a reflector type. For people going the right direction, all they see is the white or the yellow. But if you go the wrong way on the interstate, the backside is red. That will alert drivers that, hey, you are going the wrong direction. The installation of these larger signs with the arrows that we're putting on these 6 interchanges are just our first step. We're looking for opportunities to expand that not only in the Phoenix metropolitan area, the Tucson metropolitan area, but also selected rural interstates. In addition, we're looking at how can we detect and alert our law enforcement and our ADOT folks sooner. There's technology both with radar and microwave that can detect a wrong way driver that will send a notification to the TOC, our Traffic Operations Center. At the same time, they can alert law enforcement. ADOT's #1 goal is the safety of the traveling public. We want everyone that leaves home to get home safely.
ADOT, keeping Arizona moving.
How many of you get excited about Trash and Recycle Day? I know kids, like my little brother, get super excited because they'll be able to see the garbage truck. But before you go out with an adult to see it empty your barrel, there are a few safety tips you should follow. Stop. Do not run out to the street when you see the garbage truck. Watch. You can watch the truck empty your barrel from either inside your home, or if you want to go outside, just stay close to your house. Stay away. But whatever you do, make sure to be safe and stay away from the garbage truck. Garbage trucks make a lot of noise both inside and outside, and sometimes drivers are looking at their monitors and controls and may not see you. That's why it's important to follow these rules and tell your friends and family to do the same. So the next time you see a garbage truck driving down your street, remember to stop, watch, but stay away. To learn more, visit us at mesarecycles.org. Finally, don't forget to smile and wave at the driver. It really makes their day.
Do you know how much water you use every day? Brushing your teeth can take 2 gallons. A 10-minute shower takes 50 gallons. Most people in other countries use about 5 gallons of water a day, while the average American uses over 100 gallons a day. That's over 36,000 gallons a year! Make a difference. Take the National Challenge for Water Conservation at mywaterpledge.com. You can win cool prizes, too!
Flash floods, fire, extreme heat. These are realistic emergencies for Maricopa County.
At this time, it's going to be through reverse 911.
Are you ready? Don't wait for an emergency to hit. Be prepared by planning ahead and staying informed.
In case there's a fire inside the hall, you guys can jump out the window, right?
Come up with a communications plan.
Does everybody know Grandma and Grandpa's phone number? Okay, so that's who we would call out of state. Text, don't talk.
Find different exits in case of an evacuation.
In case of emergency, you guys know exactly where to go, right? All right? The light pole that's in front of the house, that's where we meet.
Ow, which door?
The safest exit is where you go out, okay?
That door.
Yep.
Pack a go bag for a quick exit.
There's 2 exits in your guys' bedrooms.
Remember to include clothing, shoes, flashlights, batteries.
Mask.
All checked.
Checked.
Don't forget cash, important family documents, and any medication you may need. And in case you have to stay home for a long period of time,
Shelter in place, 2 miles, 360.
You'll need an emergency kit that includes at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food, at least a gallon of water per person per day for at least 3 days, and don't forget the first aid kit. If you have a pet, make sure to pack pet food and extra water.
We'll always keep our emergency kit in our pantry.
It's just making sure you have certain things in a designated spot ready to go, because the last thing you want to do during an emergency is take a half hour to grab clothing, food, water, and trying to get out. That time is critical during an incident, so you want to make sure it's already prepared and ready to go.
Don't wait. Be prepared. Go to ready.gov for help building a family communications plan, emergency supply kit, and other lists for potential emergencies.
Day and night, sun up to sundown. People who ensure the safety, protection, well-being, the convenience and enrichment. Those who live, work, and play in every city and town in Arizona are constantly at work. And thanks to each and every one of these services, many that you never think of, Arizona cities keep businesses at work, libraries open, traffic lights blinking, clean water flowing, and so much more, keeping life as we know it moving. They say that a city never sleeps, and thanks to Arizona Cities at Work, that has never been so true. Learn more about how your Arizona cities and towns work.
Imagine a world without trees and other plants. Pretty sad, huh? So don't just stand there. Plant something. Not only will it beautify your yard, it'll lower your utility bills and raise your property value. Imagine that. Visit plant-something.org.
This is Joan, enjoying some me time up on the rim. This is Simon and his friends paddling the Salt River. And this is Brad. Brad is, well, no one knows where Brad is. What they all have in common is that they went to azmbdnow.gov to quickly and easily renew their registration, change an address, transfer a title, or 30 other services. So go to azmbdnow.gov and get more time to enjoy all the things you love.
Do you know how much work goes into every drop of clean water that comes out of your faucet? It takes lots of energy and money to get water to your home. And do you know how much work it takes to conserve that water? The energy you save by fixing leaks is enough to power a light bulb for over half a year. Take the National Challenge for Water Conservation at mywaterpledge.com. You can win cool prizes, too.
Please join Lennar in sponsoring Arizona Brain Food and their mission to discreetly provide a backpack full of food to feed hungry school children on the weekends. Your $20 donation can feed a child for an entire month and help them return to school every Monday, mentally aware and physically able to concentrate. All donations are tax deductible, and 100% of your donation will go directly to purchasing food for a local child. Please donate today at azbrainfood.org.
Recycling isn't just emotion, it's a start to creating a positive change.
When you recycle, you're financially benefiting your community. Instead of paying a disposal fee, Mesa receives revenue for every ton of material recycled.
These funds help support many of Mesa's quality of life services,
such as fire and medical, police, parks, and library services.
Recycling also conserves the Earth's natural resources and extends the life of our landfill. After all, just because you throw it away doesn't mean it goes away.
You're also giving your items, whether a water bottle or a soda can, a second chance to become something new.
And even if it can't be recycled in Mesa's Blue Barrel, it doesn't mean it can't be recycled at all. Plastic bags and other plastic wrap can be recycled at your local store.
So you see, recycling is the start to a positive change. We thank you for doing your part for the community, the environment, and the future.
The weather's getting beautiful out here. It's time to get outside and enjoy this beautiful weather and our beautiful desert. But there's a lot of things that we need to think about before we do that. And safety obviously is our main priority out here. The first thing would be to make sure that you properly hydrate. And I don't mean that just by bringing water out with you, because that is a necessity, but also start hydrating about 24 hours before you get out here in the desert. Bring sunscreen with you. Make sure that you get covered properly. Wear a hat with a nice brim on it so that you get a little protection from the sun. And also think about coverage for your body, because out here in the desert we have all kinds of wildlife that can hurt you. And lastly, make sure you have your cell phone with you, that it's properly charged. As a backup plan, let somebody know the exact area where you plan on being hiking, the time frame that you're going to be out here, so that if you don't show back up at the proper time, whoever you left that message with is going to be able to direct authorities to be able to start looking for you. If you apply those few things, it'll be a great time for you.
I am confident that we're going to reach this goal of donating 400,000 bottles of water over the summer months to those who are in need, our unsheltered and homeless population in Mesa. Our community understands the gravity of this situation.
Our summers are brutal. We hit triple digits, and even our nighttime temperatures sometimes don't even cool down to below the 90s. And so those that are vulnerable, that are in our community, that don't have access to water, this is one way to provide water to them.
For this goal to be accomplished, it's important that every single one of us commits to participating. And what that means is that as we go to the grocery stores over the next few months, don't walk out without getting an extra case of water. And it's ridiculously easy to participate in this. All of the City of Mesa fire stations, other multiple locations, you can just drop those off and it literally will save lives.
I usually am always confident, yeah, but you know, it's an interesting year coming out of the pandemic. People are starting to want to travel again, and so people might be out of town, not paying attention to the needs back at home, and so we're hoping as people travel or go camping, or they'll pick up that extra case of water and drop it off at a local fire station and help us achieve that campaign goal one bottle at a time.
Mesa residents feel safe and maintain positive relationships with their police departments. That's according to an Arizona State University Morrison Institute for Public Policy survey. The poll found that 69% of Mesa residents are satisfied with the Mesa Police Department. It's also revealed that effective communication is one of the keys in building trust with residents. Nearly 2/3 of all residents polled had a positive interaction when interfacing with the police department, with 95% stating officers sufficiently explain their actions. In addition to understanding residents' perception of the agency, the survey will help the Mesa Police Department understand community priorities. Those include equipping all police officers with on-body cameras, hiring more mental health professionals to respond in a crisis call, and providing more support for people experiencing homelessness. The Mesa Police Department budget has increased significantly over the last 5 years, and the city's investment in public safety is paying off. Mesa's residents gave a 79.5% rating on their quality of life here in Mesa. For a more detailed look into the survey, please visit mesaaz.gov/police survey.
connecting Arizona.
In Arizona, littering is getting worse. Litter is ugly, dangerous, and unhealthy, and it's totally preventable. You decide whether or not it's a good idea to do things like throw trash out a window or not to secure a load on a truck or trailer.
People going to the landfill and the loads are not covered. And we really want to urge people for a lot of reasons, not only because it's a littering problem, but it's a safety issue as well, that anytime you have a load in the back of a pickup or some other a trailer or vehicle or whatever, it's good to keep that covered so that you don't have things blow out and debris in the roadway, which can be either a litter or a safety hazard, which is that much more of a problem.
The Arizona Department of Transportation sees this situation, and we have people who do a lot of cleaning up. That's important, but our workers have other crucial jobs too.
Their first responsibility is for highway safety. That's job number one. So if there are repairs that need to be made, if there's pavement that needs treatment or crack sealing or pothole repair, things like that, that's going to be their first job. These things take a priority with safety being paramount. And our crews will get out there when they are able to do it, to do landscaping work, litter removal, those kinds of less safety, more aesthetic related things.
Welcome everybody.
That means we can use your help.
On behalf of ADOT, thank you for participating in the Adopt a Highway program.
There are thousands of people who have signed up for the Adopt a Highway program, where miles of roads and freeways are cleaned up by people just like you.
We just want to get people out as much as they possibly can.
And even if you can't do that, you can be on the lookout for people who don't think about this problem.
You can send us at ADOT through litter.az.gov, through that website. You can send us the information, this particular car with this license plate, I witnessed them throwing litter. We will send them a letter saying, please don't do this. We had a citizen report that you did this. We are not going to send them a ticket. We're not going to send them a fine. We're going to basically tell them this is something that should not happen and here are the reasons why.
If you're not sure what those reasons are,
Hi, welcome to the office of the City Clerk. We'd love to share with you a little bit of what we do. Come inside our office, which is located on the first floor of the Mesa City Plaza building. The City Clerk's office strives to provide courteous and professional service to elected officials, city staff, and, most importantly, the public. The Clerk's office is responsible for administering the city's elections, which are held regularly in the fall of even-numbered years, the primary in August, and the general in November. Mesa's elections are organized with the assistance of the Maricopa County Elections Office. If you are interested in running for municipal office, the Clerk's office can provide you with prospective candidate documents, ballot information, and other election-related information. Other duties of the Clerk's office include: records official minutes and actions of the City Council, oversees the citywide records management program and maintains the official record of ordinances and resolutions, manages citywide public records requests, manages vacancies and appointments to city advisory boards, codification of ordinances into the city code and the city charter, manages the legal posting of public notices, manages all legal processing services, provides notary services, and so much more. Please visit our website at www.mesaaz.gov for more information about our services and important election dates.
We are very excited to have this high-volume vaccination site here in the city of Mesa, located at the Dexcom facility that is on the 202 freeway just north of Gateway Airport, and take the Haas Road exit. This is a great opportunity for you to get a shot inside. The climate is great in here. no longer a need to drive to State Farm or try to track down another facility. Go to the state website to make an appointment. Again, the times are from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And let's all get vaccinated. This is our way to make progress as a community and to protect ourselves and those that we care for. So please come to Dexcom, please get vaccinated, and thank you for all of the volunteers and city staff that are working to make this possible.
I was in the Arizona Army National Guard for 7 years. I deployed to Iraq between 2008 and 2009. Sometimes people feel like once they're out of the military people don't understand me, they don't understand the experiences that I went through.
I had a medical retirement after 12 and a half years, was rated and deemed disabled with the VA. You know, I felt like my identity was being taken away because I had developed that identity, you know, it was trained into me.
When you join the military, you go to basic training. They tell you within 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whichever branch of service you join, once you get to the end, you know, they're the ones that make sure you get through that.
There's a lot of training that goes into becoming a military member. There's not a lot of deep programming afterward.
The Be Connected program is a statewide program. What we do is help get service members, veterans, and their family members connected to different resources.
You know, there's so much out there. There's so many amazing resources out there, and it's finding what works for you.
You're not alone. There's definitely other people that are probably feeling the same way you do, but keep going on and reach out. Reach out to someone, whether that's a support line, a crisis line, a family member, or a friend. Just know that you're not alone and things do truly get better.
Where you're at right now is one of the darkest places you're gonna be. It gets better. It really does. If you decide to make a permanent solution to a temporary problem happen and you're no longer here, you've cut yourself short of an amazing healing and rest of your life that you can experience.
Our community has been incredibly divided and with a lot of different feelings and opinions about what schooling should look like during a pandemic. And I think that Move One Mesa is an opportunity to build unison and bring our community together to move forward.
So Move One Mesa is really unifying all of us together to move forward towards these community priorities, such as physical health, mental health, kindness, and community service. And this includes community members from the City of Mesa, Mesa Public Schools Foundation, and the Chamber of Commerce, in addition to a great collaboration with Chris Powell and his Move 1 Million initiative.
Move 1 Million is the service project that I started to help millions of people take the very first step in their journey toward a better life, and also to help bring us all together, especially in these crazy times. And as the whole thing started to come to fruition, as I made connections with people in my city, they understood the movement, they understood the mission, and everybody rallied. They gave Move 1 Million the starting point to launch right here in the city in the form of Move One Mesa. And I couldn't think of a better place to begin this movement that's eventually going to change the world, but right here in my city. And so now with Move 1 Million, we can provide a service to move the entire city of Mesa, from the schools to the general public to the hospitals to assisted living. We're going to get everybody moving. We're going to get everybody coming together as one.
Something like this is critically important to come in and address that very real and very serious need that we have in our community, to do some things to address our emotional and our spiritual health in response to this horrible challenge that we've all had.
Part of mental health is not just inside of your head, it's your actual physical body. So movement is so important. Making sure that you get enough sleep, making sure you eat right, and taking care of yourself. So working those good endorphins, and that's what exercise does. So this movement is very important.
I've started an initiative called #MesaKindness, and I'm trying to create a culture of kindness in our community. And so this works perfectly with Move One Mesa. As we move forward as one, kindness is really going to help us be unified in that. And also, I love the one, meaning one person at a time and one act at a time. Really, truly, one small thing every day could make such a big difference if everyone in our entire city, everyone in our schools was doing something to show kindness to each other.
The Mesa Public Schools Foundation is a nonprofit that really brings the community and the school district together.
It is really good for people to give a little bit beyond, because it just strengthens the schools and it strengthens students and teachers.
I know without a shadow of a doubt, 82 schools, 64,000 kids, we're going to change a lot of lives for the better.
Cody was not just my son, he was my best friend. Cody was my shadow.
He was awesome. He loved to sing. He got good grades. He was probably straight A's.
Cody had an amazing life. Cody had a bad week.
The one thing that I think that people really need to know is that it happens to normal families.
In our generation, my generation, having mental health issues was more of a weakness, which is completely ridiculous.
Mental health is just like if you broke a leg. You would go to the doctor, you would get a cast, and you would help it heal. Mental health is the same. When you're feeling ill, when you're not feeling right, when you're not feeling yourself, when your heart hurts, when your head hurts, when everything hurts, you need to go get help.
For Cody to feel like he didn't matter enough or that it wouldn't devastate us is devastating. It just is. To live without them is not okay. It's just not.
Don't write your ending. When it comes to it, take a pause. Put in a semicolon, not a period. Start again. Take a deep breath. Don't write your ending.
If you're struggling today, reach out for help. You are loved and you are needed.
Your life does matter. And it's what makes this world go round for us, is your life. Just reach out to someone, anyone.
Falcon Field is such a great part of Mesa's history. Literally, the economic impact of Falcon Field to the city of Mesa is measured in the billions of dollars.
You know, my hope is that today's youth recognize the value and the historical part of this airport. The Falcon Field Airport has been here since 1941 to train the Royal Air Force pilots. This really commemorates the importance of the war effort during World War II. I'm particularly pleased that we have a woman, because it's essential that everyone recognize that women played an important role in the war effort. Having murals like this really commemorates the airport, and it will continue to be an important economic engine for the city of Mesa. But we first have to honor why it's here, and we have to honor its efforts for the World War II.
We've been looking for ways to commemorate what happened here during World War II with all of the training of the RAF and the U.S. Army Air Corps pilots, to really help people remember that that's how this airport got started, and that so many people who trained here sacrificed so much, and in many cases their lives, in order to ensure our freedom. We currently have 16 wraps, and you can see, in addition to these wraps here by the tower, there are some down by the Falcon Field Park that people can see, the general public can see. And then there is one over on the north side of the airport. And then there are several of them located down in the city-owned hangar area.
No, I don't use the word unique very often. This airport is unique for having this. I don't think there's another airport in the country that I've ever heard of that's done anything like this. It's the physical link between the history of the airport when it was training British Royal Air Force cadets for World War II in the 1940s. It's really the link that makes this connection between modern days and the historical presence of the airport. So when other pilots I bring out here and come and see how clean the airport is, how well maintained it is, and then they see this artwork, they're just really blown away. They just go, God, I wish we could do something like that.
I hope if young people come, they ask why they're here and what it all signifies. Well, he joined the RAF when he was 18 and he became an armorer. And then in 1942, he got a pilot slot, and that's how he came to Falcon Field. And he absolutely loved it here. He loved the valley, he loved the weather. When the war was over, he actually came back with the British quota as soon as he could. And he became a citizen in the early 60s. and he was always involved with keeping the history alive here. Falcon he was so proud.
My dad happened to be sent to Falcon Field, and he loved Falcon Field. After the war, my parents had 2 children in England, and one of those child required a hot, dry climate.